total staff, 270. We can get it for you.
Good evening, and welcome to the North Rock School Board's meeting this evening where Dr. Gregory Pulaski is the proud superintendent.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, are there any public comments? Are there any public comments? Okay.
Hello, I am Allison Penrod. In the fall, I'll have 3 boys attending Lakewood Elementary. I emailed all of you last night, but I thought I would take the time to also come speak with you today. First of all, I just want to give a major shout out to the kindergarten teachers at Lakewood Elementary, Ms. Bullock, Ms. Matthews, Ms. Stalkup, Ms. Escovedo, and Ms. Mitchell. For every kindergartner, they give speeches throughout the year in hopes that maybe when they get up to talk in front of people, they won't be as nervous as I am right now. So shout out to them. I just wanted to give them a shout out because they're awesome and they do a great job with that. So, first of all, a survey about uniforms was sent out Friday, but I was told by at least one person that when they attempted to take the survey on Saturday, it was already closed. I love that y'all give us the opportunity to have feedback, but I do wish that maybe we would extend that feedback time and give parents more time, because we're all busy. So just give us a little bit more time to be able to answer those questions. Also, I feel that if you survey the parents, then we would appreciate being listened to, or at least feeling like we're listened to. When the majority of parents that took the survey, 65%, voted against uniforms, and then at a meeting less than a week later, you are voting to approve these uniforms without any conversations or really reasoning behind the decision, it feels a little frustrating to me personally. It makes me feel like our opinions and voices don't really matter. I would love to know the thought process behind the implementation of uniforms and hear more of why administration feels that they are necessary, because all that was listed on the PowerPoint was various reasons, safety being the main one, which is not very informative. I also wanted to know why they stopped at 8th grade. Why didn't we go all the way through? Just wanted to know the method behind all of it. I would ask that you, the board, not approve the 2023-24 handbook as is, and I would ask that you not implement the uniforms. However, at the very least, I would just like to maybe table the action item for now and take some more time communicating with parents and maybe giving more time for the survey to be reopened so that more parents could voice their concerns. But any way that it falls, I am proud to be part of the North Little Rock School District. So thank you so much for your service and for your time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other public comments? Are there other public comments? I will now officially call this meeting to order. At this time, we will have invocation by Mr. Benjamin Hampton Duck, Center of Excellence, where Ms. Carla Wisnett is the principal, and the flag salute shall come from Tyler Green, who also is a student at the Center of Excellence, where Mrs. Carla Wisnett is principal. If they will both come up. Invocation is first.
Dear God, thank you for the gift of this day. Thank you for those gathered here, board members, community stakeholders, and school representatives, families and schools, all who gathered to celebrate and determine ways to make our district a living example of the best that we can be. Allow us to grow closer as a community and fellowship to nurture all that is good, right, and true. We pray in your name, amen.
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 Good job, Benjamin.
And hallelujah.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are your parents here with you? Could we recognize them for you did such a fine job? Would the parents please stand? All right, thank you. Thank you. At this time, Dr. Redis would read the vision and mission statement, please.
Yes, ma'am. The vision statement, world-class schools for world-class students. Our mission statement, the North Little Rock School District and the community will provide for achievement, accountability, acceptance, and the necessary assets in the pursuit of each student's educational success.
At this time, Ms. Colquitt, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Ms. Pumpkin?
Here.
Dr. Reddish?
Here.
Mrs. McLean?
Here.
Mrs. Temple?
Here.
Ms. Person West?
Present.
Mr. Skill?
Here.
Madam President, members of our Board of Education, we'll start with 6.1. Tonight we have two special student presentations. In our first student presentation, we're going to have to go outside because there was a little bit of a concern that it might get too loud in here. And that is our 7th and 8th grade is outside there to perform for us. So if we all would at this time take a minute and go outside and be greeted by our 7th and 8th grade students. Miss Hampton is our principal. So we're going to follow her out. members of our Board of Education, our second, and this is actually a very, very special presentation. We usually only do one student presentation at a board meeting, but this one is extra special. I'd like to ask Ms. Griffin to come forward from the Center of Excellence, Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Bryant, and Mr. Phelps. And so as they're coming up, I want to give you a little bit of context. Back in February, Ms. Griffin had reached out that the students wanted an opportunity to interview me. So you can imagine if students want to interview me, I will rearrange my schedule to do that. And I have, and they wanted to interview about their capstone project. And what you're going to watch them do in a couple minutes is exactly what we're about when we talk about future ready and project-based instruction and real-world relevancy and problem solving. So I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Griffin, and then they're going to turn it over to our three presenters.
Good evening, everyone. I thank you for making this time for our students. I really want to commend these guys because they're not doing this for a grade. They've already received their grade for the class, and they've still been coming to school to see this project through for you guys. And so I want to commend our seniors for that, and our junior for hanging in there too. And so I'm going to let them take the floor. Thank y'all for this opportunity.
You bet.
Hello, everyone. My name is Edmund Bryant. I'm a senior at the Center of Excellence High School. And today, our project name is Sustenance. I'm going to let everybody else introduce themselves.
I'm Michael Phelps. I'm an 11th grader from the COE.
Your name is what?
Michael Phelps. I am not an Olympic gold medalist.
I'm Solomon Rodriguez. I'm a senior at the North Little Rock Center of Excellence.
So here on the screen, you see our problem statement. The goal of this project was to save money on energy costs. So by introducing renewable energy to our school district. So first, from June 2021 to June 2022, we saw that approximately $1.1 million was spent just on energy cost alone. This is what NLRSD has done.
Through research, we are aware that the district has done proper precaution, to reduce their carbon footprint thanks to the deal with Synergistic. We saw that you guys cut your bill from 28% from that initial year and cut energy usage from 36% between the years 2018 and 2022. What the district can do is by implementing the use of solar energy to reduce energy usage from the grid and reduce their energy bill. Solar energy uses the light directly from the sun and converts it to usable electricity. The result is a clean energy source with no byproducts, and it's the most efficient and clean in producing energy. There are other forms of clean energy, such as hydroelectric, wind, geothermal, and biomass. However, including biomass, it'll still release carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And for the others, it takes such a large space to generate all this electricity. So that's why we chose solar energy, because we can essentially put it on a roof.
And there are two different types of solar panels. The first one are the polycrystalline panels. And these solar panels, the polycrystalline ones, have blue cells, and they're comprised of different silicone crystals that are kind of blended together. And this panel is cheaper, but it isn't as efficient.
The next panel you see up here is monocrystalline panels. Monocrystalline panels. They have black cells, and they're a little bit more sturdier, and they'll last a little bit longer, which makes them more efficient. So here you have two different types of panels. Right here you can see them. You have the polycrystallines on the left, and then on the right you have monocrystalline. The difference, the way you can tell the difference is the monocrystalline panel have kind of like a hexagon shape on it, and then the polycrystalline are more like stripes.
And I provided a diagram to show how solar energy works. So the sun emits light onto the entire Earth. Then those panels catch that light and convert and transfer it to the controller and into a battery bank. So that way, store that energy. And that energy from the bank is then transferred to the inverter, so that way we can use it into usable electricity.
So other two types of solar panels are stationary ones or tracking ones. And we've decided that we're planning to use stationary solar panels because with tracking ones, you do produce more energy when it comes to the cost of more maintenance, since they're going to be following the sun as it goes, and that can cause a lot of problems, whereas stationary doesn't require much maintenance.
Up here provided for advantages of solar. One advantage is unlike any other renewable energy source, solar is the most practical to set up. Advantage 2 is a lot cheaper for to buy the necessary equipment as compared to other energy sources.
Advantage 3 is once we get rid of the House Bill 1370, the money generated from the solar panel system will widen the school's budget. And advantage 4 is that they don't require much maintenance. The only maintenance they would need would be to keep them clean and maintain the tracking axis.
Right now, in the state of Arkansas, if you produce more energy than you consume, which is under Act 464, the government will credit you for how much energy put back on the grid. However, as I mentioned before, House Bill 1370, it takes away that right, especially for commercial use or big corporations such as the district.
So here, as you can see on the board, Batesville High School saved $5.5 million for their district, and they put $5.5 million into their teachers' salaries. So, as you can see, it's effective.
I got some discussion or some reaction.
That mean they're saying it because of the money. They weren't talking about you, but yeah, they were just saying it because of the money that you can put back in the teacher salaries.
Yes.
We wasn't laughing. Nobody was laughing at you.
Then here's the Batesville interview. I'm basically going to explain like what we did and what we learned, and this is a big part of our research. So here we actually visited the Batesville campus, and they have tracking arrays. So their arrays track the sun, and this is a company called Integrity. It's the company that we worked with, and this is the company that also put panels in Batesville for them. So here you see a canopy array. A canopy array can be good for, protecting vehicles from hail, rain, and other types of natural disasters. Here is us talking to Integrity and basically learning more about panels and what they can do for districts. Here's Mr. Flint. He's basically explaining us what we just explained to you about how the panels work and more of an insight on what goes into the maintenance and what's needed to keep them up. Here, he's explaining us what goes into the maintenance of the tracking array and how it could be a major disadvantage or an advantage depending on. And then this is also their esports facility. They built this esports facility from the money that they accumulated from saving money with solar panels. So here next is going to be our research. So from this company, we reached out and we asked them, like, basically how it happens and how they calculate the numbers to see how much you can save with panels. And we have different arrays right here. So this is the canopy array. The canopy array this is a student parking lot right now, and in the high school building.
So the total savings over the course of 25 years with the canopy array, and CPS stands for cash purchase scenario, which is buying the panels outright. And over the course of 25 years, the total savings is going to be $1.76 million. And go back. All right. And currently, to cut the costs, the government will give back a direct pay incentive of 30% of the project cost, which is going to help offset the total price of things. And the estimated savings for outright buying them with a canopy array, which would be above the student parking lot, would be $111,000 a year. And for the SSA, the solar services agreement would be where the company helps you out with the solar panels. And the total savings for this one would be $534,000 over the course of 25 years. That we wouldn't have to pay anything.
Okay. Also, I know you're probably thinking, this is the only company that actually responded to us. We actually reached out to multiple companies seeking, advice and research about our certain situation here. but Integrity is the only company that responded to us, and they also work with Basefield, so we've seen their work. So here's the rooftop array. This rooftop array is on top of the gymnasium on our campus.
Right. With the cash purchase scenario of buying the panels outright, it would save $928,000 over the course of 25 years, and you'd go positive in your savings after 12. They would save $56,000 a year. Right. And the rooftop array with the solar services agreement would save $349,000 a year. And you wouldn't have to pay anything.
And so for the solar services agreement, basically we're not using our land, we're using the company's land and basically renting out the land, and the land is their land and it's on the grid. And we'll basically won't have to worry about the maintenance, and won't have to worry about like the areas that the panels will be on. So here's the ground array. This is some land in Rose City that we found out about in our research of the project.
It is.
And over the course of 25 years, you'll have a total savings of $1.8 million. And it'll pay itself back in 5 years, saving $77,000 a year with the cash purchase.
Also, as you can see, $200,000 is given by the government also.
That is a direct pay incentive. It would only cost upfront $706,000, with the government immediately paying you back $282,000. And with the solar services agreement, it would be $820,000, with $77,000 saved each year. And the team recommendation is we plan to reduce the impact of the energy costs of the high school with the ground array by buying the panels outright. And the total expenses of the high school from December of 2021 to 2022 is $400,000. And with the purchase of solar panels, the first year savings with the cash back from the government would be $354,000. And as a percentage of the cost of the school, it would be 87%. And every year after that, you'd save $92,000, which would be 23% of the energy costs.
So here we took the cost from each array and basically put it all in one spreadsheet. So on the top, you can see the total array cost would be for the CPS, it would be $2.2 million, and then the savings would be 1.7. And then for the other one, you can see on the other side. And then for the kilowatt hours, all the kilowatt hours added up would be, if we implement all three of the different scenarios with the panels, would be 2.3 million kilowatt hours, and then it would be 245,000 savings in kilowatt hours per year. And then here is our current usage. We use about 1.2 million kilowatt hours yearly at the high school, but just with the ground array, we would put 742 kilowatt hours back into the grid. Or not back into the grid, but it would go towards our kilowatt hour usage. And then that's a 59% reduction of the kilowatt hours.
So what this means for the high school is, with that extra money that we saved, we can put that towards extracurriculars like TSA, HOSA, esports, etc. In addition, I thought with an idea, and I've talked to some of my fellow students. In addition, the idea arose for a daycare operated by this district for student, because I know some students who are either pregnant or already had their own children, and that would be a good idea for the district to operate their daycare, and we can send their kids to the district operated daycare. Some examples. Library here.
Esports. In the slide way back, it was the esports facility at the Batesville High School, and they have this whole row of setup. And esports is a club that's dedicated to the teamwork and strategic thinking that gaming can provide students with. But due to lack of funding, the club at the high school isn't able to have a dedicated space or proper equipment. It's going to help us get better at it and get us more opportunities for scholarships.
So TSA, since 2019, several of our students have qualified for TSA national competitions thanks to their amazing problem-solving skills and other attributes. However, due to the lack of funding, we haven't been able to send those students to compete with the rest of the nation.
after-school tutoring. Due to lack of funding, we weren't able to do after-school tutoring this year. But a few years ago, the school's grade was a D, and then a year after school, for the COE, this is for the COE, by the way. A few years ago, the school grade was a D. After school tutoring was implemented, it went up to a C. We just want to say thank you to all these people listed. Our engineering teacher, Ms. Griffin, our superintendent, Dr. Perluski, our principal, Ms. Wisnap, our assistant principal, Mr. Waxwell, Mr. Glover, he works with Synergistic, kind of like the Connect with NLR, and then Parker Higgs, which is a director for integrity in Arkansas. Flint Richard, which is a business development executive for integrity as well, and Dr. Michael Hester, which is the superintendent for Batesville High School.
And if you have any questions concerning our project, you can email at us. But in the case for me and Edmund, you can use our you can use our personal emails. If you need my email, I'll put it up. I forgot to put it on there. Sorry.
Thank you guys for listening to our students.
A lot of work.
Would the parents please come down? All the parents.
They asked for the parents.
And we are to commend Mrs. Griffin, who has been nominated to go to Washington, D.C. with only 5 other people from other districts. And we are very pleased to have her, and she will not know if she's the final winner until she gets to Washington, D.C. It is in engineering studies, and she has been a tremendous asset to the North Rock School District, and she deserves that. Where parents.
Madam Chair, can I say I thank you first of all for the opportunity to sit on the panel when they first presented their project. The panelists had all types of questions that they shot at them. They answered them, and I see everything that they asked you was implemented this time when you did your slide. Awesome job. Awesome job.
Great job. Give them another hand. Woo.
Thanks for advocating for those teacher raises, too.
Madam President, members of our Board of Education, 6.2 special recognition, and I will turn that over to my colleague, Mr. Barnes.
All right, good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Okay, I thought I was by myself. First, we're going to start and recognize Crestwood's 4th and 5th grade Quest students. So I'll give an introduction, and then I'll have them come up here. Congratulations to their 4th and 5th grade Quest students on sweeping the Innovation Challenge competition, which is organized by the Arkansas Innovation Hub. This is a problem-solving competition where students think about problems they encounter regularly, brainstorm potential solutions, develop a solution, and then share it. A total of 31 teams from across the state participated, and as I said, Crestwood Elementary swept it, so they won in every one of those categories. So when I call your name, please come and accept your award, and at the end, we'll take a group picture of all of our students. So first place in the Social Justice Award goes to Solar Bottle, which is an innovation by Madison Peterson, Jackson Ledgerwood, Jordan Cunningham, and Colton Gage. solar bottle is a solar heated water bottle that also has a pouch for silverware and straw that provides people with a resource for clean or hot water. Okay. Second place goes to pant extenders designed by Maven Hastings, Pierce Hastings, and Eleanor Pruitt.
All right.
This idea offers a solution for families with growing kids to extend the life of their pants by extending the length as they grow taller. Pant extenders are attachments that can easily be added with Velcro so that families can save money on clothing. And third place goes to CEA, invented by Alaska White, Eva Ruth, and Eva Jean Lawson. Inspired by their hardworking moms, the CEA is a robot that cleans your dishwasher walls while your dishwasher is cleaning your dishes.
Wow.
Give them a hand. And Miss Theodore, their teacher, Miss Heather Theodore, teaches these students, so we want her to come up as well.
Good job.
Can you bring yours down? Yeah, I see. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Don't move, let the parents come up. Parents, all the parents that are here, come and take a picture.
We need some of those inventions to come to life.
Congratulations, and thank you, parents, for all that you do supporting your children.
So next we'll recognize our students who earned the Seal of Biliteracy. The Arkansas Seal of Biliteracy recognizes Arkansas high school students who have studied and attained proficiency in English and one or more other languages. It is awarded by the Arkansas Foreign Language Teachers Association and the Arkansas Teachers of English to Speakers of Other Languages, and has been a collaborative effort between both organizations, K-12 teachers, university faculty, and members of the community. In June 2018, the Arkansas State Board of Education officially endorsed the Arkansas Seal of Biliteracy. The Arkansas Seal of Biliteracy is a certification that encourages students to pursue biliteracy, honors the skills of our students attain, and can be evidence of skills that are attractive to future employers and college admissions offices. Since 2017, 4,365 biliterate Arkansas high school students have earned the Seal of Biliteracy across 95 high schools in 24 languages other than English. Here in the North Little Rock School District, 11 students from North Little Rock High School and 6 students from the Center of Excellence have earned this distinguished honor. 16 students earned this honor for proficiency in English and Spanish, and 1 student earned this proficiency for their proficiency in English and Vietnamese. At graduation, they will be wearing a special cord, and a special seal will be on their diploma to mark this milestone. These students are, and forgive me if I mispronounce your names. I did a little homework, did some research today. So, Alejandra Carabaras, Atilano. I messed it up. I'm sorry, Alejandra. I know her too. Okay. Ivan Munoz Garcia, Pedro Najera, Giovanna Bravo, Dario Cano. You see? Okay, good. Adolfo Guardado, Samara Salazar, Sarah Velasquez, Juliet Arita, Jamilet Enriquez, Derek Herrera. Those are the students from North Little Rock High School. Then we'll recognize Michelle Gonzalez, Tan Dow, Marlon Herrera, Leilani Ponce, Paul Hallstein, and Damaris Anselmo. Some of you go up. Yeah, some of you go up.
Nobody wants to stand by the superintendent.
Need you to Paul, can you
Paul, jump up. There you go.
Okay. All right, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Parents and teachers would like to come and join.
Would the parents please come forward so you can be in the picture?
Yeah, okay.
She's one of our Spanish teachers at the high school.
There's still room upstairs here.
So ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you so much for being a part of the North Rock School District. You'll be on YouTube. Watch YouTube tonight to see how beautiful you are and how intelligent and smart you are.
The National Board for Professional Teaching Standard is recognized as the gold standard in teacher certification. The organization believes higher standards for teachers equal high-quality learning for students. In order to achieve board certification, teachers have to undergo an extremely rigorous process, which include multiple components, such as an exam, compiling multiple portfolios that show examples of student growth as a result of differentiated instruction, video recordings of student interactions, and demonstrated evidence of effective planning that positively impacts student learning. To attain the National Board Certification, NBCT certification, it's voluntary. However, educators take on this challenge because they love teaching and they are deeply committed to student achievement. Teachers who go through the process call it transformational professional development. It allows them to hone their skills and to showcase their talent in the classroom. National Board certified teachers serve as team leaders, department chairs, and instructional coaches. They are viewed as experts who know what it takes to grow students. Tonight, we are recognizing a teacher who recently earned this distinction, and we are blessed to have her knowledge, experience, and passion for the teaching and learning process. This teacher will receive an award to mark this extraordinary milestone. It reads, the North Little Rock School District salutes their name for becoming a National Board Certified Teacher, which indicates that this educator has demonstrated an understanding of rigorous teaching standards and processes and possesses the ability to implement research-based educational practices to promote student achievement. Our recipient tonight is Ms. Diane Phillips, who teaches reading at the 6th grade campus.
You have your support team here? Yeah, there she is. Come and take a picture with her. Thank you. Congratulations.
This next award is just a special recognition. If you remember back when we had the tornado that impacted Burns Park, and our students did not have a facility to play their baseball games. This recognition is to Russ and Rusty Meeks that own Traveler Stadium here in North Little Rock, and this is to recognize them for honoring our baseball team. Remember, they played Conway and had a benefit game, and they did that for free to open up their community. I think we raised that night somewhere in the neighborhood of about $5,000 for specifically students or families in the North Little Rock School District. So it's my understanding there's a conversation about now doing this annually, to have a benefit game once a year at Traveler Stadium, and that was a well-attended by many of us. They could not make it, but we publicly wanted to recognize them.
Good evening.
Good evening.
To Board President, Board members, Dr. Paluski, North Little Rock School District staff, thank you, and community. Our May recipient is no stranger to the North Little Rock High School PTA. She is a very active member and has been for many years. She is passionate about serving others with an active interest in making sure teachers, administrators, and staff feel valued and appreciated. You can count on our recipient to show up and show out when it comes to celebrating North Little Rock High School employees. Our May Parent North Star is a parent of Ryan, a 10th grader at the high school. She has served as committee chair of Teachers Appreciation Week for the past 2 years and was recently elected as president of the North Little Rock High School PTA. I was able to work with her and several other parents for the Teacher Appreciation Week. Planning for a staff of more than 200 people can be a task. Our recipient made it look effortless. She was adamant that it could be and would be done. Under her direction and guidance, 3 sections were set up: A Tower, C Tower, and in the Media Center. Everything was organized and well planned. STAR, supporting teachers achieving results. Many teachers shared their direct appreciation for the entire week, but made a special acknowledgement of receiving the nice informational emails that had their color-coded ticket, letting them know which direction to come, which tower would have their lunch. When I say organized, it was organized. And while we were outside listening to the band, a mother saw you here, Miss Anderson, and said, I hope she's here for what you do, because she is the most awesome parent ever. If she is asked to do it, it gets done. Dr. Paluski, Board of Directors, help me celebrate and salute our May 2023 Parent North Star, Christy Anderson.
Miss Wonka can come up here. She was with me every day last week. So. And two others. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You have a support staff right there.
Christy.
Christy.
Look right here.
Did you want your support to take a picture with you?
I'll get it later.
Cars and conversations. When I say we are excited, Charging Up Unique Potential Adult Youth Mentor Program is proud to introduce our newest group of mentors, Busted Knuckles. Busted Knuckles is a group of blue-collar men who share a passion and love for Corvette cars. While forming this group, they all realized that they shared another passion, and that is to give back to the youth through mentoring, making an impact and ensuring that overall success of all students. The name derived from the commitment busting their knuckles by working very hard to be the best that they could be, completing their education, respecting and building up the communities they reside in, striving to invest in their childhood dreams, Corvette cars. The membership consists of a retired airline pilot and military vet, retired UPS employee, a CEO of its own construction company, aircraft interior, sales rep, Carper's employee, retired and a North Little Rock School District supporters. 3 who are products of the North Little Rock School District, S.A. Jones and Northeast High School. On Friday, May 12, 2023, on a cloudy day, Busted Knuckles made their North Little Rock School District debut at 7th Street Elementary, when 6 beautiful Corvettes drove up parade style. While students watched and clapped with much excitement, their eyes were stunned. All you could hear was, I want that one. That's mine. The staff were excited as well. The students were rotated out per grade to hear the motivational, supportive, and uplifting messages with a running theme: be in control of your behavior, the importance and power of your education, get good test scores, the dangers of bullying, and to always respect teachers and administrators, just to name a few. The cards and conversation brought an array of sunshine to our students. They took some one-on-one time with our guys in the ALE class and have committed to returning. The men did not stop there. 2 have been to the campus of our 7th, 8th grade school students and preparing a parade for some of our students through the Juneteenth parade next month. They have made a commitment to be in our buildings at recess, at lunch, as often as they can, changing and empowering lives one student at a time. Dr. Paluski, Board, North Little Rock Community, help me salute our May recipients of Rising Mentors, Busted Knuckles. I know.
And they can sing.
What? Let's hear it.
Some of them.
Congratulations.
Good job, Pastor.
Corvette Club. Executive closed session. The executive closed session per the North Rock School District Policy 1.14A states that private or closed discussion by the board may occur as part of a regular or special board meeting. Executive sessions may be held only for the purpose of considering employment, appointment, promotion, demotion, discipline, or a resignation of an employee, or to discuss matters of pupil punishment, if requested by the parent or legal guardian. No resolution, agreement, or motion considered in the executive session shall be legally binding unless the board reconvenes in public session and present the items for vote of the membership. Further, Arkansas Code Title 25, Chapter 19, Section 106, 2C1 states, the specific purpose of the executive session shall be announced in public before going into executive session. Please join me in the executive closed session for discussing the following matters: employment, appointment, promotion, demotion, discipline, or resignation of an employee. superintendent.
Wait just a moment.
We're not on air yet.
At this time, we will have board members and superintendents involvement. Mr. Steele.
Did everything, been everywhere.
Okay.
Sound like me.
Okay.
No, it's just coming together. I did the PTSA over at the high school, and I was at the middle school for the PTA. They let me in for Thursday. We did Sonic drinks. The middle school love their Sonic drinks.
Okay, Dr. Redditz.
Been a lot of places. I do want to again highlight the capstone review. It was an honor to be a panelist on there and watching the students, the way that they spoke. I wish that they had that when I was in school, and maybe I wouldn't be so nervous if I'm, in front of people talking. And I thank you on behalf of my husband with the annual retirement yesterday and Wednesday with the drive-through. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Ms.
All right.
Temple.
I want to recognize the students that showed us around at the Center of Excellence, and I hope I don't mess up anyone's name, but we have Ari Baker, Piper Bliss Chudy, Jordan Anderson, Benjamin Hampton, Tyler Green, Wyndham Dempster, Michelle Gonzalez, and Hugo Pantofi. I think that's how you say his name. They were excellent kids. We had a great time visiting with them.
Okay. Ms. West.
I started to sing. I've been a lot of places, but I changed my mind. 421 Night of Honors, 5-1 Scholars Celebration with Mary Hartwick, 5-2 the AEA and ASBA Joint Leadership Conference over at the Wyndham. A lot of great information there. 5-3 luncheon at the North Little Rock Academy. Where did I lost my place? 5-1 teacher appreciation lunch, served lunch over at the high school in the library. And 5-11, I'm sorry, went to the dance at Amboy, and I got to dance with some of the kids, and we had a blast. We had a blast over there, baby. Yes, I got out there and danced with the kiddos. And 5-11 also, I stopped by here before I went to the dance for Miss Salam's reception. 5-15 Vespers, which was really nice. And 5-16 Academic Signing Day, and 5-17 the Retirement Drive-By.
All right, Ms. McLean.
Night of Honors, which was wonderful. Lunch at the COE, and you named some students there. At EA and ASBA Joint Conference here in North Little Rock at the Wyndham, we were briefed about a lot of these new laws that were passed this year, so it was very beneficial for us to be there. Luncheon at the Academy, and met some students there. 7th Street Community Forum, I was there. North Little Rock High School academic signing, which was wonderful to see students of ours graduating with these wonderful scholarship opportunities they've had. And then the retirement drive-by yesterday.
Okay. I attended 7 things. PTA, Pulaski Technical College, Mr. Hartwick always sponsors that. Night of Honors, very good. Arkansas School Board and ASBC conference at the Wyndham. North Rock Academy, had lunch with some very bright students. 7th and 8th grade, we heard 2 possible principals for the 7th grade, for the 7th Street School. And then we went to academic signing, which over $55 million were awarded to students, very good. Then we had the retirement for all the great teachers who are retiring and workers that we attended also. So at this time, Dr. Paluski, it's on you to give your biography.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, members of our Board of Education, I'll go fast in this biography. 421, let's not forget we had the Night of Honors, which was a wonderful opportunity to recognize not only our teachers but our employees. 425, we had our School Safety Task Force. 426, the COE, our board luncheon that was mentioned. 427, North Little Rock High School Career Expo that I had the opportunity to attend. That was awesome. 428, our E4, the Future Advisory Committee meeting. As was mentioned, our AAEA and ASB Joint Leadership Conference that I attended with many of our board members on the 2nd. Our monthly meeting with the mayor on the 3rd. Our North Little Rock Academy luncheon on the 3rd as well. Had the opportunity to meet with Dr. Taverner, who is the president of Lions College, about her vision for the future veterinarian school over in Little Rock. On 5-4, Dr. Hooper, myself, the executive directors, and our curriculum instruction team had a overview from Secretary Oliva about his vision for education, which was wonderful. Had an opportunity to welcome the Community Advisory Board for 7th Street that got started. I know Mr. Steele is a part of that on 5-4. On 5-5, myself, Ms. Hatch, and Ms. Wells, we were the featured speaker at the FY luncheon at the Chamber, talking about our vision going forward. On 5-6, Dr. Redis was there representing the board. We had our job fair on that day, a senior award ceremony on the 8th, the 7th Street Forum on the 9th, Teacher of the Year send-off on the 11th, Vespers on the 15th, Academic Signing Day, and our wonderful retirees. It is just that time of year.
All right. Okay, at this time, Mr. Steele, is there a legislative report?
Basically, thank you, Madam President. Basically, you have that, and we passed out the ACT's executive summary. That's basically our report at this time. As they get to the point where it start to execute the checks, I would say, and start providing us the resources for these teacher raises and so forth, we'll come back with a further update, as well as there are some executive orders that we're still doing some research on that we're going to need further explanation of, because they're going to impact our district in a unique way. But that concludes my report at this time.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Tracy, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
On that, you spoke about the checks, because I was worried about that. Mr. Brown and I had that conversation. Now, the budget for 2024 has already been set, correct, or no?
That's correct.
So it'll be 2025 before we receive a check? Because
No.
the budget was already set? I guess that's kind of.
It's already in the budget.
It was in the budget?
Yes.
Okay, all right,
already in
thank
the
you for
budget,
that
yes.
clarification. Okay, thank you.
Okay. At this time, we will hear from the Classified Personnel Policy Committee.
There is a report, but there's no representation. But the report is in board docs.
Okay. Nor for the classified. Are they coming?
We'll welcome Mr. Cobb
Lights and personnel.
and Ms. Hanson that represent the leadership from our LPPC. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good evening, Madam President Williams, Superintendent Dr. Paluski, and the NLR School Board.
Well, hello.
Thank you for having us again tonight.
We have a lot for you.
Yeah, we have 4 different agendas and minutes to present to you from March through our recent one in May.
So we will try to be brief.
All right. On our March 6th regular meeting, we made some policy changes on our stipend schedule with job titles that didn't exist anymore or need to be changed. We heard the 7th Street Elementary School reconfiguration and transformation plan proposal from Mr. Smith. We discussed the recently passed AR Learns bill and had questions related to that. We had back in November of last year, we asked Mr. Brown for information about raises, but since the Learns Act came out, that all got pushed into that. We had questions about stipend update, or a meeting about stipend updates and about forming committees to work on that. had a policy change brought to us about tuition reimbursements, to change it from 3 years of service to 1 year of service before being able to receive that. And the last one on this one is about the 24-25 calendar discussion and about what we need to do to get those calendars made. And that's our March 6th meeting.
Our next meeting was on April 10th. So on April 10th, we again started with the tuition reimbursement policy that had been brought to us, and decided to finalize that change to being able to be reimbursed after 1 year of employment instead of 3, and spent yet more time talking about the LEARNS Act and how that was going to impact salary schedules. There were a few things that stood out to us during that discussion, that no matter what we adopt in our policies, as of July 1st, whatever got passed in the 144-page LEARNS Act, that is the law. And so that will be interesting to see as we try to adopt those changes, and as ASBA brings us those model policies for us to adopt. There's a lot, and y'all know, having gone to that workshop, you probably are more well informed than we are at this point on how much there is. So, we again tried to talk about the 24-25 calendar, talked about what type of survey we might want to send out, what information we want to get from our staff about what that calendar might be, and got an update on stipends. So we're looking at arranging stipends into 5 different categories for athletics, academics, club sponsors, arts, and then other, anything that didn't go in one of those. Having someone in charge of each of those categories and continuing to do research to find what's going to be the best fit for our district for updating those stipends. And then we started talking about the changes to instructional minutes for the next year, but we were asking for more information. We didn't have very much at that point. So that was April, part of April.
Yeah, we had a second meeting in April, a call meeting to discuss the LEARNS Act and the salary schedule, and we're called to vote on and approve it, and that's what occurred at our April 14th call meeting.
And then our final meeting of the school year was May 8th, and one interesting thing that that was brought to us for that meeting was talking about the eclipse that's going to be in April of next year, and so considering what we might be able to do creatively with our calendar to try to take into account this event. I know the last eclipse, we were at school and not everyone was able to go out and see that. So considering the tourists that might be coming through during totality and how creative we might be able to get with that calendar. And we looked at 2 new policies that ASBA sent regarding parental leave and the name, title, and pronoun policy. At that time, we did vote to accept the name, title, and pronoun policy and also the parental leave policy. Since that, we received more information that parental leave policy is an opt-in policy. We're not required to adopt that. So at this moment, we will not be adopting that in the district until we've done a little more research and seen what we're actually able to do and offer. And we tried to look at the 24-25 calendar again, but it's still in progress. It's just maybe a little too far in the future for us to be able to look at the moment. And then we did also discuss this summer having possibly 2 or 3 work days that would be hopefully covered with a stipend to try to work on some of the many policies that need to be updated or added to our current policy handbook to make sure we are covering all of our bases. So it's been a very busy several weeks, as you guys are well aware. So.
Are there any questions, Mr. Steele?
No questions at this time.
Ms. McLean?
No, thank you very much.
Ms. Walker?
No questions.
Great report.
I have one question. Are y'all considering the year-round calendar? I hear a lot of parents saying they would like that, and I know that initially we said that's something that would have to be pushed out if it was ever considered. Is that being discussed?
That is, and that's one of the reasons initially that we had tried to go ahead and start this discussion early, so it would give us time to do that. That's definitely one of the things that we've been asked for. We've been asked to look really closely at the 4-day calendar, and we've been asked to look at the year-round calendar and try to give more flexibility and more time. So it's something we're still planning on. It's just not on the same timeline that we had originally hoped, but it is still in the mix.
All right, thank you.
Ms. West?
I have no questions. Great report.
Okay, I would like to say thank you all for your strong work ethics, working with the administrators that were with you, and all of your minutes that you had. I didn't know which one to read first, but I just want to say, in looking at it, and whoever the secretary is,
Elizabeth
you have
Roberts,
done a
she's phenomenal.
tremendous job letting us know if administrators were present, or even if your members, if you all had a quorum. And again, I want to thank you all for having the vision and the foresight to include enough people so that all the teachers in the district can feel that they are being represented. And thank you again, and I hope you all chair us next year, okay? All right?
We'll see.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it's up to you.
Okay, Madam President, members of our Board of Education, information item 11.1 is the state facility partnership funding status of the North Little Rock Middle School project, and I'll welcome Mr. Brian Brown, our CFO, Mr. Tessman, and Mr. Beardsley might as well just join us all as well. We wanted to provide, we know we had a workshop back in February talking about our capital improvement projects. The board very adamant that our number one project is a brand new middle school, and we knew sometime in May we might find out about funding. So these gentlemen are here to provide you with the most updated information to date as it relates to that project. Who would you want me to turn it over to Mr. Tessman, Mr. Brown, or Mr. Brown?
Yes, Mr. Tessman.
Mr. Tessman.
Good
Our
evening.
Facilities.
What I'm reading here is that up there? It's the list. It's the funded list that the. Yes, we're on page 2.
Do we have, I'm sorry, do we have individual copies for the board members by chance?
I do not.
Okay. But they have it on, they have it virtually.
That microscopic stuff. Thank you.
What we have here is the funded list of projects for the first year of the 23-25 biennium. There are 2 pages to this for the first year. One of them are space projects, which are projects that are driven by enrollment. They are new buildings or new campuses. The second one is warm, safe, dry projects, which are driven by replacing HVAC systems or plumbing, electrical, or replacing buildings, as in the case of North Little Rock. That's what we applied for. Last time I was here, it was a discussion about the cap of the square foot funding, which at that point was at $200. Last week when they announced these projects, the division said that they upped that cap from $200 to $289. They said that was the average cost for construction per square foot. The bad news is...
We don't do bad news. So.
You want to tell them this, Brian?
No, I'll let you tell.
The bad news is that of the warm, safe, dry list, there were 7 projects funded, and North Little Rock ranked at number 9. But it's almost $21 million. And here's what happens. If you look at that first page that has North Little Rock on it for the warm, safe, dry, we have one school ahead of us, which is Arkadelphia, which wasn't funded for approximately about $17 million. And we have $20 million. Now, if you look at the second page, which has the new space projects on it, they did not deplete their money in that pot. What it is the division is handed a sum of money. The division says, okay, we're going to put half of this money in the warm, safe, dry pot. We're going to put half of it in the space pot. Well, on the space list, they didn't use all the money. So there's some extra money that can be turned over to the other list. But in order to do that, they have to pass a rule to do that. And it went through legislative rules this morning. It passed out of that. And tomorrow it goes to legislative committee, and they will vote on it there. If they vote that they will let the division take money that's left over from one pot and put it into the other, that increases the amount of funding that can occur on our list. And today I was told, or I was watching the meeting, and there's going to be $29 million that are going to be transferred from the, space list over to the warm, safe, and dry list. So $29 million, you see that the Arkadelphia is going to take up $16 million. So they will probably be able to be funded. At what time or date, I'm not sure yet. But there's still,
13 million.
yeah, there's about 13. I'm about 13 million. I'm thinking about 9, really, 9 to 10. But hold your breath. Don't hold your breath, but cross your fingers. All those projects that are sitting above North Little Rock, if any of those projects happen to rescind their money, that means it can trickle down. Now, there's a couple districts on here that I know of that have been approved for the same project 2 or 3 times, and if they rescind that money because they can't do it again or pass the millage to do that project, then that money theoretically is going to trickle down and hopefully cover us. But it depends on them right now.
So what's our ATA on that estimate of knowledge?
That is an unknown. If a district wants to hold on the money to the last minute, that would be 18 months. If a district knows that they're not going to be able to do it and they know they have no chance, usually through good conscience, the division then will have a discussion and they'll say, okay, we rescind it, but that's up to them.
So effectively, it could be 3 years before we get a yes
No.
for our middle school?
No, it would be 18 months before. Well, no, you could potentially maybe have, and this is dependent upon a commission meeting after these funds are all transferred, and then the facilities commission approves those funds. Then it could be as soon as 3 months. It could be 2 months. It depends on when they rescind their money, if they rescind their money. But as of right now, no, there's not a funded project for North Little Rock.
If I want a question.
Yes,
if
ma'am.
we would did it a little bit at a time, like, I think we have, what is this, demolition and addition?
Yes, ma'am.
Like, we just want to tear down, say what the auditorium is, that'd be our first phase.
Amen.
That if you wouldn't have can you get the money in phases like that when you ask for a little bit, maybe you can get something?
Well,
you understand where I'm coming
yeah,
from? We
yes.
had discussed when you all met with us, if possible, we could build in phases, So if you go through phase 1, would that help rather than trying to get it all at once?
Well, that's a discussion that we could have. I'm not sure if the division will partially fund that $20 million. Let's say that they fund Arkadelphia and they have $10 million left, and we say, hey, we'll cut back our scope. I mean, we'll cut back our requested scope to fit that $10 million. Maybe that's an option. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Once they give you the resources, it's highly unusual they'll come back and give you more money. So
That's what I would worry about too.
it's highly unusual.
Or
Yeah,
can you speak to that? If you do get some partial money, can you then turn around and get some more, or do you have to go through a whole funding thing, another application?
I would say that if you ask for a partial, there's no coming back to the trough. That's it.
So it's all or nothing.
Correct.
Pretty much.
But
I got to watch my words, Ms. Williams. I would say if they gave us the opportunity and they notified us of how much money they have, they may not let us know how much they have in the coffer left after Arkadelphia.
Okay. Well, Mr. Beardsley.
So I think part of the timeline that the board discussed, going back over 6 months ago, was this was a possibility. And that the board did not want to go to the voters without knowing for sure that you had state funding. So while it's not the best of news, it's not 100% surprising that we don't have a commitment from the state. So where it leaves us as far as our timeline would be, originally we were going to spend the summer fine-tuning the cost of the project, knowing what the state was going to be able to contribute, decide what salary increase you wanted to give, and then finalize the millage and vote at your August meeting for what was going to be on the November ballot. But we've had 2 things happen. We had the LEARNS Act passed, which, creates some uncertainties about what the district wants to do in addition to LEARNS, the requirements of that act, and when you want to do those things. And now we don't have full funding from the state on the middle school. So unless there's a whole lot of clarity between now and your August meeting, it might be likely that you don't do anything this year. If you were to find out from the state that you were fully funded on your project sometime in the next 6 to 9 months, then you could, in August of 24, ask the voters for a millage change and go forward. The challenge with any election in 24 is that it's a presidential election year. The regular May election is moved forward to March. So in order to ask the voters for a millage change in 24 at the primary election date, you're back to having to make the decision in December of 23. So if in the next 6 months we knew from the state about the middle school, then by your December meeting, you could call for a special election at the March primary. The challenge for the district will be communicating and getting its message out when everybody's running for president, not everybody, but a number of people are running for president. And, you can't spend school resources on impacting the outcome of the election. You can only educate about what you're asking for, where the polling sites are, and what you're going to spend the money on. And so, you're going to have limited resources to get your message out against all the paid political ads. We'll have the same challenge in November of 24 in that it's now the general election for the president, for members of the House and Senate. But that is a possibility if you know from the state that you're going to get funding for the middle school. Otherwise, we roll to 25, and we're a little bit in the same boat that we're in this year. If you reapply for partnership, you'll find out where you are on the list. You wouldn't want to go to the voters till you know where you're on the list, which would be May 1st of 25, and we would be back on the timeline of making your decision by the summer of 25 to ask the voters for a millage change in November of 25. That assumes that the board does not want to go forward with any project without 100% knowing how much you're going to receive from the state, or deciding that you're going to take a lesser amount from the state and ask the local voters for more millage in order to complete the middle school at an earlier time. And so really, I think the goal tonight would be just to update you on that timeline, let you think about it, and then maybe Mr. Tessman finding out what are some of the options from the state. Traditionally, there have been funds turned back, that schools can't complete the project. There are a number of cost overruns with school districts now, and they may decide that they don't want to go to the voters for a large millage increase. There's been a lot of discussion about storm shelters, and that some of those may cost $500 a square foot. So a district that was approved on May 1st of 23 may decide that now is not the time, and that money would go back in. So there is some time for discussion and clarification over the next 30 to 60 days.
Any questions for Mr. Beardsley?
What's the maximum millage we can ask for? I mean, where are we now? Because I know the last millage increase was pretty sizable. So what are
You're in the top 5 millage rates in the state. Earl is at 54, I believe, is the highest millage in the state. There is no limit to what you can ask the voters for. It would be the voters' discretion, though, on whether or not they believe that facility is worth the millage the school district is requesting. But there is not a cap on millage in the state of Arkansas for school districts.
Are there other questions? Mr. Brown, do you have anything to say?
Only to answer Mr. Steele, so North Little Rock is at 48.3 meals.
48.3.
Okay. Any further discussion?
One other question, quick question.
Okay.
So, what's the rule, Scott, about educating the public before we have made a decision? I mean, just in case we do it, we start educating the public about the condition of the middle school millage. I mean, can you do that before you've actually officially asked for it? There's no legal issue with that?
So I'm not an attorney, so I'm not going to give you a legal answer. So keeping that in mind, and most of these things are governed by the Arkansas Ethics Commission, and they would have the final say on whether or not the district stepped over the boundary. But I think in general, it would be assumed that part of being a school board member and being an administrator of a district is that you want to know what your community is thinking. So any type of polling, asking the public what millage they would be willing to support in exchange for what programs, having them rank programs, having them give feedback to the administration to make good decisions would all be normal sort of course of business. I think where we get in trouble is when the school district begins to say, vote yes, and you use the color printer at the school to print out a brochure that says vote yes, and now you're using taxpayer dollars to influence the outcome of the election. If the brochure doesn't ask people to vote a certain way, but tells them what the millage is going to cost the average homeowner, what you're going to spend it on, where they can go vote, those kinds of things are informational. But anytime you go to spending school resources on influencing the outcome as far as vote yes, then that's going too far.
So if we went down that road, then we could have that discussion and show whatever we decide to communicate, show it to the Ethics Commission first and say, is this legal and in order? And then I guess my last question is, what's the difference between a poll and a survey?
I'm not aware. I mean, I think it's semantics. Whether you do it online, whether you do it just on Facebook, whether you use MailChimp or one of the other services, however you choose to get the pulse of your community, I don't think there would be a difference.
Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Steele, in the same process, I'd ask Mr. Brown a question, why we never built we couldn't get the middle school built. And he made that we as a district, when we were building these schools in 2012, that there was an error. We put the cart before the horse or something. What was that error that we made, Mr. Brown?
Well, it actually goes back to what Mr. Beardsley was talking about, getting out to the public and asking for a millage before we knew what the state partnership funding was. And that was the downfall or the hurdle that the district faced was we asked the public for a millage, and we calculated that millage based on what we thought the state partnership funding would be at that time, and the state partnership funding came in well short.
Right.
So then we had to scale back projects to bring the project back into budget. So that's what Mr. Beardsley was talking about, getting our facility funding notice, knowing that we qualify, what amount we qualify, then calculating the needed millage to fund the project so that we're doing that in the right order. That first in the 2012, we were, I think we had a firm from out of state, architectural firm, that was heading that up, and they got out in front of the state facilities division before those funding amounts were delivered. So, it didn't come, it fell short, well short of what we were expecting, and then we had to balance the budget, so we had to cut projects.
Thank you. I hope the board understood that, why the school was never built. Very good information, and thank you, Mr. Beardsley, and my good person here from the Archford, and Mr. Brown. Thank you, Dr. P.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, gentlemen.
Good to see you.
Okay. It's on you.
Madam President, members of our Board of Education, our next information item is 11.2. That's our 2023 summer maintenance and custodial projects. And I welcome our colleagues, Ms. Kim Martin, our Supervisor of Custodial Services, and Mr. Jay Ward, our Interim Maintenance Supervisor.
Oh, that's nice.
They're going to give us a high-level overview of what they've got planned so we can open up this next school year. So, Ms. Martin, Mr. Ward, welcome.
And Ms. West, at this time, it'd be a good question that you had submitted to the board for them when they finish with their
Yes,
report.
ma'am. Gotcha.
Ms. Williams, board members, Dr. Paluski, we're here today to discuss our maintenance and custodial summer plan. The purpose is to show you what our departments plan on doing this summer with outside vendor projects, inspections, and summer cleaning. So Mr. Ward will do his section.
Okay, our outside vendor projects, we're going to start with 7th Street, which actually requires a roof that really wasn't put on back whenever the school was remodeled. And we're to the point now to where we're really babysitting this roof to where we need to get a replacement done. And that's the project that has been awarded, so we're going to probably move forward with it. We met with the guys today to get the subcontractors on board and start getting this project on the way. We're looking to start sometime this summer. I don't have a concrete date that we're looking at, but this summer it's going to get kicked off, and hopefully it'll probably extend into the new school year somewhat. But we can work with that. We have before with Indian Hills, so I believe we can handle that project and get her in the dry again. Okay, then we're moving on to Ridge Road and Boone Park Elementary. We're going to get some paint put on the interior of the building, which is very well needed. And Certapro Painters is going to be our contractors for that. And we had a meeting this past week, Monday, as a matter of fact, with the principals and others that need to be informed of what's going on, what's expected from the school district as far as getting the walls, anything fastened to the walls as far as, the charts or other learning things they use in the classrooms. All that needs to come down so that we can get that, let them walk through there, make it as easy as possible for everybody, and it'll just speed up the process of the job as well. And they kind of estimated anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks to have that taken care of. Okay, now our next project is the roof hatch access, which is going to be a district-wide project. Navajo's Construction out of Conway will be doing that as well. They have been notified, and they're going to get started just as soon as they possibly can after June the 5th. And also within that same project is the HVAC system, control system, for towers A and B. And we're going to upgrade those from the train to Allerton, which Allerton understand is our most common control that will take care of all of the districts instead of having been split up between Train and Allerton. And Northwest Controls will be doing that. That will allow for us to schedule more occupied and unoccupied times, which in the long run will help our efficiency with the energy, so that we can maybe save some monies in the long run there. Okay, we're moving on to the gym at the high school, which is slated to have heating and air put in it. And Baldwin and Shell will be the contractor on this well. And there's some, I'm not going to say there are delays, but there's some questioning on the equipment, the heat and air conditioning equipment, and the electrical panels that goes along with this project. So they're going to get in there after school's out and start some preliminary work, which will be some demo stuff, whatever they can do to get back to the source of the where the heat and air unit's going to sit, and have hopefully all that done, that leg work done, and get this hooked up when the units get in place, and that'll cut back a lot of the downtime as well. After that, we're looking at going to Ridge Road Elementary. Now, this is a project that's kind of pending right now to get board approval. It's a handicapped wheelchair ramp that Mr. Howe has kind of asked that we would look into this, and we have a contractor to come out and look at it, CBM. It's going to be a concrete type system instead of a wooden structure, which will have more life out of the concrete structure than we would the wooden. Be twice as much maintenance on the wooden part of it, and we wouldn't get near the use out of it as we would a concrete ramp. So, and it's going to be on the what we call the bus loop, or where the basketball courts are. It leads down to the walking track. The new walking track has been put in just a few years back. So it's going to come from that upper level down to it, so they can have access to the lower part of the playground area and the walking track as well. So
it's my fault. I put the wrong picture up there, y'all. I put the front of the school, and I should have put the back. I apologize.
No snicker for you.
Okay, we're going to move on to some of our in-house stuff that we'll be doing. And this is state mandated things we have to take care of. This is an RPZ that you're looking at, which is a protection of our potable water system. And this is something that has to be done on an annual basis. We, as the plumbing department, we'll take that task on. We'll test those RPZs. If a section of that RPZ fails, well, then we'll rebuild it, retest it, get it ready for certification, turn in all of our information to the state, and they'll take care of, or I should say to the water company, and they'll take care of anything else that needs to come, any follow-up on something like that. And then we'll move on to the gas pipe testing, and this is something that's also mandated by the state, and it will be at all facilities. And what we do is test the gas pressures on the buildings. We make sure that they're holding that pressure and not dropping. And then from that, we'll record the results, and that will also go to the state for their records, and they'll keep an eye on that as well. Okay, then our fire sprinkler systems will be done by BSC Fire and Security out of Cabot, and they'll be taking care of all of our facilities as well. And this is also part of a protection of the water system, and we want to make sure that all that works if it's in need, which we hope we never have a need for one of them. But just having that certified each year, that's a peace of mind for us, and that's something BCS will take care of, and they do a good job about that. And there's several of those fire protection systems around the district that they do test for us. And with that kind of finishes up as far as the maintenance goes. Now we'll continue on with the grounds maintenance. That's something that will be a full summer job. We'll try to get everything prettied up again before school starts, and we'll do other work orders that comes through, anywhere from moving of teachers to, cutting down trees, possible trimming shrubs, anything that, that is required of the maintenance department to do. So we got a full summer to take care of. And after that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Kim Martin, let her.
Okay, let me get caught up here. Okay, the custodial department will thoroughly clean rooms not being used during the summer school. The lead custodians have floor plans identified which rooms are going to be used, and each day after summer school, the staff will clean the rooms that were used for summer school. Elementary schools are using most of their school buildings, including the gym and the cafeteria. In secondary schools, the first floor of the 6th grade building's used. The top floor at the 7th and 8th grade building and cafeteria, towers C and D, cafeteria, library at the high school will be utilized for summer school. The custodial department, we refinish all corridor floors at the 6th grade and 7th and 8th grade, which when I say refinish, we strip the old wax off and re-wax. And at the academy, all classrooms and corridors will be refinished as well. Ridge Road Academy and the 7th and 8th grade gym floors are screened and recoated. We do that as well in-house. But this is what I'm excited about, is the arena gym floor will be refurbished by gym masters. And refurbished means it'll be sanded down to the wood grain. It will look bright and clean and new. And they're going to repaint all the graphics, the game lines, and give us a good look. I'm kind of worried about the air conditioning. We've already talked about this, about how we can get this done with the air conditioning being installed, but we'll all work together and we'll get it done. And at the conclusion of summer school, the custodial department will have about 17 days to complete all the cleaning for the next school year, and the areas will be cleaned and disinfected effectively as possible. The maintenance and custodial departments will work diligently this summer to have all locations maintained and clean for the upcoming school year. And here's our contacts. If you need either one of us, we're available on a daily.
Ms. Parson West? Ms. West?
My first question, I guess, what I wanted to know would, as far as the 7th Street roof. You said something about you all have been doing some updating and projects over there before. So help me understand, like, why was the roof not included in that updating at that time? Do you know?
I can't tell you per se why it wasn't done, but from what I've heard in the past is that they felt like there was enough life left in this roof while the other building was getting re-roofed to, look in this later on down the road, and we're to that point now, at that point of the road where we need to get it done.
Okay, so I guess would it be a better thing to kind of work at it ahead of time, or to know that we have it on schedule to do versus now we just have to do it and we have like leaking and all that kind of stuff going on?
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe in the future?
Maybe in the future, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, I'm a big advocate to get it done, all of it at the same time, at one time.
Right.
But it just didn't work out that way for some reasoning, which I really don't know why, but it's just, we're to the point now to where we have to get it done.
Okay. And as far as work orders, have the staff been educated on how to do work orders, or what's the process for that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we've worked through this School Dude program for, I don't know, 3 or 4 or 5 years now, maybe, I guess. And yes, everybody.
So we do all of our administrators. We do a refresher at the beginning of the school year so that they know how to enter. Actually, School Dudes is going away, that platform, and the state is doing a new platform. So this year we'll have to make sure that but they are aware how to do work orders.
Okay. And then, Ms. Kim, of course I'm going to go to the maintenance because on our visit to, not 7th Street, the academy, that was literally the gold standard to me in my opinion, as far as what cleanliness should look like in a school. That place was absolutely smell fresh. It was clean. Floors were shiny, and I, sent you an email and to let you know that I just appreciated. I can't think of her name.
Bonnie.
We call her Bonnie, but it's Yvonne Jordan.
Okay, Miss Jordan.
Miss Jordan.
So,
which is retiring. I told you that yesterday.
yes, I hate that.
I hate it too.
And so, I think that she maybe, she needs to be the trainer for what to do and how to do. Because sometimes you walk by these bathrooms and they are not right. And she's good.
We
need to
she's
keep her.
good.
Like
I
she,
appreciate it. I hope she's watching, but yes.
Miss Bonnie, we don't need you to go anywhere. So have you talked to her maybe about being a trainer?
I have not. But if she's on YouTube, Bonnie, are you listening?
We need you to be a trainer. But yeah, I just want to say, like, that's like,
Sure.
I feel like when you clean and you have a bunch of people in spaces, it needs to look that way, and because it becomes more than just going in and pulling trash.
Oh yes.
And I know that may not happen. I do want to say, for some of our instructors in some of these buildings, we have to make sure that as instructors that people are making sure that they're keeping their areas clean, because I have noticed maybe some classrooms or two that are not, to me, I would say nasty. But we have to make sure that, we as adults kind of keep our areas clean and put our food up and all that kind of stuff, so that when our custodial staff come in, we can,
A little bit helps.
they can keep it up nice too. So that's all I want to say. But Miss Bonnie, she got it going on.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate that, and I know she does as well.
Thank you. Did you have a question, Ms. Temple? Dr. Williams?
I was just curious. We've talked about it before. It used to be a fun competition between the schools with the custodians.
Yeah, we did that on spring break for several years. But my staff was so short this school year. Hopefully, if I can get fully staffed, I will feel more comfortable competing against each other if I can get a fully staffed. But I looked at it, but I don't think we're there yet.
Gotcha.
Ms. Walker?
More or less a question possibly for Mr. Brown. When we do the handicap ramp for Ridge Road, which I'm all for, is there any federal funds possibly to help offset that cost? I don't know that, but it's maybe something we could look into. But I'm all for that. I'm
Yes,
good
ma'am.
with it. But
Okay.
yeah. And thank you, Mr. Ward,
Yes,
for,
ma'am.
for what you're doing.
Okay.
Thank you. I know
You're
it's a big task, and I appreciate
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
I do.
I don't have any questions. I just appreciate both of you very much. I know that y'all are staying on top of things, and we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Just one question. Ken, what weeks are you redoing the gym floor?
The ones that we're doing, we do it the 2 weeks of dead period. It's the last week of June, 1st of July.
You're already on top of it.
Yeah.
Won't interfere with the basketball camps.
Oh, yes, yes.
And the
Now, the
volleyball.
arena floor itself by Gym Masters will be we have it scheduled the first week of August because the administrators will be in a professional development. No one should be in there if it works out with the heat, with the air conditioning. If not, we'll just have to reschedule it.
Thank you.
Okay. Very nice report. Dr. Pelosi, would you like to say anything?
I just want to thank them both as well. Mr. Ward, you did a great job your first time in front of the board presenting, and I appreciate your leadership, and Kim, your leadership as well.
Yes,
You and your teams literally run this school district and make sure that it runs for the rest of us. So thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Ward, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You did an excellent job in 3 weeks.
Thank you, ma'am.
You good.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Martin, all you do. Okay, Dr. P.
Madam President, members of our Board of Education, information item 11.3, classified personnel, name, title, and pronoun. I'll turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Jacob Smith, who is our Executive Director of Human Resources, for an overview of this proposal.
Thank you, Dr. Paluski, Madam President, members of the board. So what I have before you, we've been having the discussion for a couple months now about how LEARNS has changed the landscape of education in Arkansas, and there has been a lot of implemented changes that have been pressed upon school districts during this time. This is one of those changes that has been enacted by the LEARNS Act, and so this is the model Arkansas School Board Association policy that is associated with the language of the LEARNS. And I will just go ahead and read it. Unless a district employee has the written permission of a parent, legal guardian person having lawful control of the student, or person standing in loco parentis to the student, or the student if the student is emancipated minor or over 18 years of age. A district employee shall not address a student with a name other than that listed on the student's birth certificate, except for a derivative of that name, or a pronoun or title that is inconsistent with the student's biological sex. A district employee shall not be subject to adverse employment action for declining to address a person using a name other than that listed on the person's birth certificate, except for a derivative of that name, or a pronoun or title that is inconsistent with the person's biological sex. And then the Arkansas Code annotated, section 61108 is listed below, which is where we get this interpretation of that law. And so at this time, I will take any questions from the board. This is an information item, and so I will provide as much clarity as I can.
It's informational. Mr. Steele, Ms. McLean, Ms. Walcom, That's it. Ms. Temple, Ms. West?
No question.
Very good. Since you said it's validated by the Arkansas School Board Association, we're following policy. Thank you.
Madam President, members of our Board of Education, 11.4, information item, which is a licensed personnel, name, title, and pronoun. Again, I'll turn it over to my colleague for the brief explanation.
Absolutely. So we have two sides of the house in regards to our employees, and we have two sets of personnel policies. This is a recapitulation of what you just heard, same exact language, just on the licensed side of the house. And so I'll take any questions at this time.
Need a motion?
No,
It's information.
Okay,
So
can
we're
make
all
the
set.
motion, Coach Neto. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, here we go. Action item. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Action item 12.1, employment of personnel. The superintendent recommends the employment of personnel as discussed in executive closed session.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
before it's done, I know that we're on air, but I need it documented that I will be recusing myself from any discussion or vote on 12.1, employment of personnel, due to I have a immediate family. I have a lot of family members that work for the district, but I have an immediate family member that's listed in this list. So if you would excuse me.
Goodbye.
Dr. B, while she's doing that, we didn't do the classified salary schedules. Right. We skipped over that one. Oh, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
If you refresh,
Oh, okay.
I had to do the same thing. If you refresh, it'll be 12.2, action item.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so.
Thank you for that clarity, because I had to refresh myself because it was up in.
Okay, at this time, we need a motion for the acceptance of personnel.
Madam President,
Yes.
I so move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation of the personnel.
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded that we accept the recommendation of the superintendent of personnel. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? None. So the motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of our Board of Education, action item 12.2 is the 2023-2024 classified salary schedule proposal. I will have our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Brown. I welcome Mr. Brown and Mr. Smith to present the proposed classified salary schedules for 23-24. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Dr. Paluski and members of the board. So what we're proposing tonight is a 3% increase for classified staff with a couple of exceptions. So if you'll refer to the large sheet that I put at your table, at your seats, the first category of the first grouped set of data is child nutrition. The second line, the second group there that's a single line is child nutrition, 1 additional contract day to the child nutrition assistants, the assistant managers and managers. The next group is nurses. The next group is clerical. The next group is custodial and maintenance. The next group is transportation. The next group are instructional aides. The next group is a combination of professional staff, that's finance, non-licensed professional, information technology, and certified occupational and physical therapy assistants. The next group would be security, and then the final group is aftercare. So if you'll look in the second column, you'll see proposed raise and a percentage there. The base percentage is 3% that we're proposing for all categories with a couple of exceptions. With the exceptions of the custodial schedule ranges 1 through 4, which are all custodians. Maintenance workers range 1 through 4. Bus drivers, bus aides, and instructional aides. Those categories would be a 4% increase. And what we're doing there is we're trying to close that gap between the lower paying positions and the upper paying positions. So we're proposing a 3% for all categories of classified, with the exceptions of those categories that I mentioned, the positions that I mentioned, where we're proposing a 4% raise. And then in child nutrition, I wanted to point out that is an exception as well. And you'll see those percentages are much higher than 3 and 4%. But that is a self-funded group there. Those raises would not come from district operating funds. Those come from child nutrition funding. And they do have the funding to sustain those raises, and that gives them a little more competitive, that gives them more competitive salaries to fill their positions. And Ms. Dennis has had a challenge in filling positions at the current salary rate that she has been paying, and so this gives her an opportunity to get a higher beginning or entry salary, hourly raise for her employees. So you'll notice that all cases there, the child nutrition assistant workers and the managers, assistant managers, and the warehouse manager, all of those positions are proposed at higher than 3 or 4%, but again, that's being funded 100% out of child nutrition funding. That is restricted funding and can only be used for child nutrition. And then we also have another self-funded group, which is the aftercare workers at Crestwood. We are proposing an increase there from $13.50 an hour to $15.50 an hour for the workers, and then for the director, $22.50 to $23.40. You'll notice that for the director, that's a 4% increase, and on the workers, it's a 14.8% increase. But again, that's funded out of the aftercare workers' funds, and they do have the sufficient balance to sustain that. So I'll be glad to walk you through any level of detail that you want on this, but the packet that I have given you, I can walk you, just tell you how this is put together. So if you'll look at the first 2 pages of that packet, the first 2 pages of that packet correlate to the first line on this big sheet. So the Child Nutrition Elementary Manager and North Little Rock Academy Manager. So these 2 schedules, the top schedule is the current FY23 schedule. The second schedule is FY24 schedule. So I give you this packet just so you can look into these. You know, if you want the detail, you have the detail to look at, but they correspond to each of the lines on your proposal. So I have those there in case we need to ask questions. Those would be the official schedules, but this page here, of course, is the summary. So let's look at the total cost of this summary. So we have the subtotal. So in the bottom right-hand corner, subtotal 1 is $1.295 million. That's the cost of the proposed classified raise. Back out the $344,568 that is child nutrition funding. Okay, that is the first 2 lines up there, the 333,000 and the 10,700. Those 2 lines added together for the child nutrition groups total the 344. So we back that out because that's a cost in itself just to child nutrition. I'm backing out the 29,693 line from Crestwood Elementary because aftercare, because that is dedicated to that program and it's self-funded. So the subtotal number 2 is 921,000. That's the cost to the district, and then that particular cost, 921, will be divvied out to different funds that pay for staff. So just to give you some information there, the 921, about 12% of that will come from federal funding, and 78% of that would come from state and local funding.
So that again,
12% from federal, and that's for programs such as Title I,
Okay.
Title 6B, that would be special ed, ESSER ARP. Those funds make up the federal, and it will pay for 12% of that cost.
Okay.
State and local will pay for 78% of the cost. Now that includes programs like ALE. ALE will pay for 2% of that cost. ESSA will pay for about 5.6% of the cost. ABC will pay for about 3.3% of that cost. And then the major part of that will be out of operating Fund 2000, and that'll be about 66% of that 921,000.
Now, is it the ESSA funds that will go away in 2024?
ESSER funds is a federal fund that goes away in 2024. ESSA is
Thank you.
what used to be NSLA. It's been renamed ESSA, and it's
Gotcha.
just coincidental
left
that
behind.
ESSA and
Yep.
ESSER are.
No, thank you for the clarification.
Yes.
That's why I asked. Okay, very good.
Yes.
Okay. You ready for question, Ms. Steele?
What was the, again, the percentage on the custodial pay increases?
So on the custodial, it is 4% for the custodians, which are the lower paid group. So what we want to do is raise that floor and, we wanted a higher percentage there to try to up that. Ms. Martin and I have had conversations for many years about the starting wage not being competitive. So there are several groups there where we have had trouble recruiting, whether it's child nutrition or custodians or maintenance helpers or bus drivers or bus aides. All of those categories have been a challenge for recruiting
Sure.
and replacing people that are leaving. So we felt like, and I think the last time, if you recall, the last time we brought percentage raises to the board, you know, there was some contention there about bringing the same percent for every group, every work group. So what we tried to do here was be proactive with that. So with the groups that needed more support and getting those starting salaries up, we brought the 4% or higher in the case of child nutrition. But we brought 4%, and on the other groups, we brought the standard 3% increase. So it's just an attempt to try to close the gap on those wages.
Sure, and I'm glad to see it. What would that make the starting hourly wage for a custodial worker?
For custodial, so block 1, I've got on here, if we look at that line, so it's just block 1, but our initial entry rate was $11.64 an hour. That will increase to $12.10 an hour.
That's still pretty low. I think Ms. Kim has already alluded to the fact that we're not staffed up now with custodians, and I think other board members talked about how important it is to keep these buildings clean and healthy and sanitized. That I wish there was some way we could do better. I mean, unemployment right now is low. People can go out and get a job, and just $12 an hour is still it's not going to get us where we need to be.
Okay. Ms. McLean?
Well, I noticed that this seems to parallel what I've seen in our weekly board reports, where they usually give us numbers from these different departments of how many people they need on the night shifts for the custodians and the child nutrition workers and all of these. And so I can see where you've got the 4% there, kind of targeting those areas to try to attract some people for these jobs, because I've seen a lot of openings in these areas. So I appreciate that has been done here. And I don't know, I feel like you, Mr. Steele. I wish we could offer more. I don't know if we can offer more, if there is some money available that we can, but I appreciate that we're targeting those areas. And I'm really happy that child nutrition is going to have a separate funding there, and they're going to really be able to up theirs in some of their targeted areas. So thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, so what's the difference between the custodial 1 through 4 versus custodial 5 through 6? Is that how many years, or is that just this, what is that?
That's ranges on the salary schedule. So generally, that is the custodial workers and then the custodial supervisors. And the same for maintenance. Range 1 through 4 is, if you'll notice there, it's range 1 through 4 on maintenance are the maintenance workers, and then 5, 6 will be the supervisors in that area.
Okay, so it's my understanding, looking at this, the custodial and maintenance, if I'm starting out, I'm being paid $12.10. If you have no experience and you're entry level, yes, that would be. But but we do have steps embedded in those schedules. So let's just go over. Well, it doesn't have the hourly; it has salary ranges on there. But each step you can convert to an hourly amount, and each step would get 4% increase. So what I've got on there is for custodial from $11.64 to $12.10. That is block 1, top left, no experience, where you would start. If you have experience, of course, you would map down to a better hourly wage on that. Okay, so I'm also noticing the least paid on here would be the clerical at $245 for $14.82. Am I reading this correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So would it be possible that we bring the custodial and the maintenance bare minimum be $14.82? Because I feel like I agree with Mr. Steele and Ms. McLean. $12.10, I don't know who we're hiring for $12.10. Maybe a high school student, maybe, for $12.10. And I have to be honest, I can go down to Hobby Lobby for $18 an hour. Whether you agree with their values or not, we're not discussing, but Hobby Lobby is 18 an hour, so would it be possible that we can look at $14.82 an hour as a starting? And we may increase that, but I feel like that's at least a starting point, and we can at least pay an electric bill with that and not use an EBT card, bless it.
So if I'm giving my 2 cents, Ms. Wonkum, on
Yep.
this, with a 50% raise, if you'll look at the cost just on the custodial line, it's $115,000 cost. So to increase that by 5 times, you're talking about increasing the total cost to almost $600,000 just for the custodial line.
Whoa. Okay.
And that has.
I wish I'd known that was your input.
I know, right? Since
That
we
has-
had
We're
that,
having a
que-
discussion.
It's an expensive subgroup.
Was your question
That has
answered?
to do with the number of employees that are employed in that subgroup.
How many do we have?
Okay.
That's,
I'm sorry, Ms. Wonkum.
Okay.
74 in custodial and 19 in the maintenance.
Okay. What's your question? You through?
I think I'm done. I need a minute.
Okay,
That's-
Dr.
That's why it's tough, because those are some of our most heavily populated departments, and, you know, doing a little bit costs a lot, doing more costs a whole lot more. So there is an impact there on budget.
Okay, I've got one more, I'm sorry. So do we have dual, I'm gonna say dual opportunity. So can I be a cafeteria worker and get off, say, at 2 p.m. and then go to maintenance or custodial and help over there? I mean, is that possible? I don't know.
We do have dual employees that we work with. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then, so if I'm clocking out from cafeteria, I'm clocking in to, say, maintenance. And then my change of pay, my pay will change, is what I'm trying to say.
One example would be a bus aide.
Yeah.
That's devoted to a special education student that rides the bus with them and then is their paraprofessional during the day.
Okay,
And then
good.
follows them home
I
as
see.
well as a bus aide with
Okay,
that
that
split
makes
shift.
sense.
Answered your question?
I think so.
Okay, Dr. Redis?
Wait a minute, Ms. McLean got a note.
That's, yeah.
I just thought of another question.
Okay, go
I mean,
ahead.
I can wait if you want to go ahead and go down.
Okay, because they don't think like you do. Okay.
We put in an incentive for teachers. And I guess, are there incentives for these different divisions here to say, if you stay here, we can increase, or we give you a bonus or something? Have we done that?
Yes.
The recruitment and retention
Yes.
stipend is available to
It's-
all employees.
Okay, so they're
As-
already included in that.
As
Yes,
well
ma'am.
as the longevity.
So do we have any stats on how that's looking? Is that,
I have the stats from the first payment I can place in the board report. I think we might have placed that in an earlier board report whenever it was the December, January, around that time. But we are approaching the next payment as well, and I plan to give you
June.
guys that data as well. We had, I don't want to lie. I know that I did have the data at one point, but for me to just speak on memory, I'm not sure enough of myself to say it.
so we'll have a conclusion for the year here in a little bit,
Yes.
because you will be doing.
Yes, ma'am. The only difference will be for this payment, it will be attendance coupled with a signed contract.
Dr. Redis?
They asked all the questions that I was going to ask, so
Okay.
thank you. I just wish that there was a way for us to pay the custodians more.
Okay, Ms. Tipple?
A real quick question. I was trying to figure this out. How do you transfer to hourly? Is it 1,400 hours or something? What's your formula on taking it from the salary to the hour?
Oh, it depends on the contract length of that employee. So there are different, for instance, child nutrition workers are 183-day employees. So you take that salary, divide by 183, divide by 8, and it gives you an hourly wage. And you'll see, I think in the nurses sections, we have the number of days there. The clerical, we have the number of days. So you could take the salary schedules and divide by the number of days and by 8 hours in a day, and that gives you the hourly wage.
All right, and then, I know that we've had openings in the custodian department all year long. What about maintenance? Are you in the same situation in maintenance with openings all year long?
Yes, ma'am, we do have that same issue within our department as well.
Uh-huh.
And, even now, we're filling some positions through temporary folks. Just trying to get enough people to help out in areas that is needed.
Well, I would suspect, I mean, I don't know, but it seems like if you got qualified maintenance people, they're gonna be making a whole lot more money than that. And I know for floor work and stuff, I mean, you can't hire a really good floor guy for less than $20 an hour, and they're not happy to work for 20. So I guess what we're gonna have to keep circling back to figure out when we do increases. I'm not sure what the answer is, but we're gonna have to keep maybe a little bit higher percentage on these areas.
Okay, Ms. West?
So, the way I figured it up, it was 46 cents increase, correct?
For which group?
For, I'm looking at the maintenance, I don't know what happened to my sheet, but the 1164 group going to the 12,
That sounds
1210?
right. Yes.
That's for the, thank you, appreciate you, honey. Custodial. So that's a 46 cents increase. So, and then it tiers up from there.
Okay.
So could we do, why did y'all come up with 46 cents versus just even 50 cents? Is it just the?
That was the percentage.
That was the
Oh,
percentage.
the percentage of it,
Yes.
okay, got you. Okay. And, I had another question written down. What about, do you all do shift differential from a certain time, no shift diff?
Only if the employee works more than 40 hours. So we don't do a shift.
Well, that's overtime, but
Right,
like
but-
if they're, what about like working games or special events, or say if they have to, they're having a musical at the high school or something, do they get shift diff for that?
No, the only thing that they would get would be the overtime if they go over 40.
Okay. I'm really pulling their straws here. I'm trying to find some more money.
If you'll notice, I mean, the instructional, the groups that we're keying in on the 4%, for the instructional aides, there's 163 employees in that group. And then for the bus drivers, there's 38 in there. The custodial, 74. Those are some of our largest groups. And so when we talk about doing 10%, that calculation gets out of control really quick just because of the number of people that we have in that group. So we felt like that what we were trying to do is keep this district impact under $1 million. And the district impact, according to this schedule here that we have calculated, is $921,000.
Okay.
So that was our budget goal in working on the classified schedule.
Okay. Okay.
I had another question, and as far as like in the maintenance department, and custodial or food service, food nutrition, what about, have we tapped into resources as far as maybe recruiting some of our seniors that we have maybe recognized are not going to school right off the bat, or maybe, they want to maybe do a gap year, and so that way we can maybe go, offer them employment, or they can start down that road off the top. Has that been explored at all?
Yes, ma'am. We've hired summer help and things of that nature for individuals to kind of explore some of the opportunities they have. And so even after graduation, with our implementation of the job fairs and things of that nature, that word is being spread.
And then another thing too, what I was thinking about as far as with the academy, that we could use that as an opportunity, even in the maintenance department, to maybe at the same time teach a skill, but then we're also, you know, utilizing some resources there as far as maybe taking the load off of maintenance. So say like for, you know, doing the yard work or the lawn or whatever, that could be teaching them that, you know, of the path of maybe doing landscaping. I'm really trying to look at the broader picture and just kind of maybe use some of our inward resources to kind of get us through.
Okay. Staying on the topic.
That was on topic.
Resources, you're talking about resources. Right now, we're talking about.
Yeah, I
Let's
know,
move on.
and but that would still help get some of those
Okay, let's
projects
move
done
on, please.
under the budget.
So,
Okay.
question, Brian.
Mr. Steele has a question.
Go ahead, Al. Go ahead.
You good?
Question.
Okay, so can you do your calculations for me? What happens if we did custodial and maintenance instead of the 1210? We started out at 1286. And I'm hoping that's less than what Jacob told me of the 500,000, but yet I'm still trying to find some money for our lowest paid, lowest hourly rate.
They have to figure that out.
I know, that's why I'm asking Brian to quick compute,
Okay.
if that's possible. We want to pass this, we want to get it done, but
Okay.
1210, I'm struggling.
Oh,
I'm
Lord,
not
I
going to
do.
lie to you, I'm struggling.
Okay, Mr.
So that's
Steele, you go
roughly-
ahead with your question.
That would be roughly 2 times what we're so that would be an 8%. It'd be a little less than 8, but just for simple math, that would be twice the number that's out there, or.
So that puts us over the $1 million mark.
Be
Right.
$230,000 for the custodians, and for the maintenance, it would be $114,000.
Okay, Ms. Steele.
Just
go
real
ahead with
quick,
your
real
question,
quick.
please.
If we're short on maintenance and having a tough time filling those positions, doesn't it get to a point where we have to contract some of those services out? And that end up costing more? Is that correct?
There's some, I mean, we have done that in years past anyway, because we do not have the personnel to fund or to get the project done. Yes, we have done that before.
And with the custodial workers, you guys mentioned 74 is a big number, and whereas Kim, what if those positions that are open now, would the staff be willing to do more with less positions in order to get the increase that we need?
We try to go by Department of Ed regulations.
So it's a certain number.
That's 20,000 square feet per 8-hour employee.
Okay.
You're pushing more square footage on somebody, our schools will start going down to regular.
And that's where we come up with 74.
That's how you come up with the per person.
Okay. Ms. West, you can
Schools are
continue.
hard.
I was just gonna say, you know, Jacob, I'm gonna direct this to you since you're HR. What about our employees that are on leave? They can cut grass.
Dorothy Williams here. Did everybody answer questions? Mr. Brown, and to you did a very good report. But when we get information every week that we still need custodians at night, right now we need 3. Then you got the hardest job. They're the ones who push the buffers and wear their backs out. And we're going to sit here and talk about 12, 15. That's why we can't get anybody. $15 is my limit. And then you say, how we going to get there? I can add. You're not robbing Peter to pay Paul. You are trying to have some equity. Because right now, there is no equity. If we want to maintain our buildings, keep them looking good, we're going to have to get up off of it and pay some folks. And with what I'm saying here, I will not vote for it until this can be straightened out. We had the same problem back in 2021, that the custodian was only getting 50 cents, and now it's talking about an 87%. No way.
It's time for a change. This is the 21st century. I'm not comparing anybody with nobody but the North Rock School District. You all are intelligent men. Mr. Brown, if anybody know anything about figures, you certainly know how. And I have a plea with you. Custodians are the hardest working people. They're the ones with the buffers and shaking their backs. And I can understand it. So would you all, Dorothy Williams, everybody said, and you probably heard the general conception of the board, we need to do better. Give the custodians something. And by the way, since stakeholders are listening to this, the reason the cafeteria workers are getting $13 is because they got a grant and the district is not paying for that. That's why, so you all can understand. They did whatever that lady did back there, that's over food services. She got her grant, but you can't get no grants for no custodial work. We got supplies to buy, everything. And remember, people that's at the top, they gonna get some money. Their pocketbook's gonna be full. But please, for me, help them so we can maintain good workers. That's all I got to say. Ms. Walkham, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I apologize, one more. Was there a reason why we were trying to keep it under $1 million or add $1 million?
Yes.
What was
That is the amount that we've calculated that we can absorb in next year's budget.
Okay.
With the LEARNS Act and the impact of LEARNS Act and our projected ending balance for this year, plus trying to keep our savings. And you all remember when we refinanced bonds, we have some savings from our bond payments that we're supposed to be banking for the next 3 years to put into the building fund for building projects. So we're trying to keep that projected savings that Mr. Beardsley had earmarked in those bond refinances. So I mean, if you overextend yourself, then you're going to get into eating into your savings.
I understand that completely. Thank you for that clarification. Due to the information that we heard earlier between our Archford, Mr. Tessman, and Mr. Beardsley, would it be feasible in order for us to take another $500,000 to add to this possible $1 million that we're trying to absorb? And I only say that because we're number 9 on the list and not number 7, and we're not getting our full 20 million. It's possibly 9 million. So I'm only thinking in another 2 years we may be back to the drawing board, unfortunately, because of the middle school. So I'm looking to see if we can sustain now. But I'm with Miss Dorothy when she says, I don't want to rob Peter to pay Paul. So is that something that maybe y'all can think about or maybe consider, maybe draw something?
So the issue with that concept is if we were to pull savings back, those savings are one-time savings. We've got one-time savings in year 1, one-time savings in year 2, one-time savings in year 3, and in year 4 the savings is gone. So if you embed $500,000 more in salaries, that's forever. That's perpetual and ongoing. So yes, you could pull savings for 3 years, but after that 4th year,
it's not sustainable.
It's not sustainable. You start eating into operating expenses there.
I understand.
Okay, I thought Dr. Beluska, you wanted to say something? I'm sorry, Miss Dr. Beluska, hold up.
Just one question for Ms. Martin. Because Ms. Williams said that you thought it should be 15. I'm finding that I can hire custodians for 13. What are you feeling like your number is that you need to get your staff in? What are you experiencing? I don't. 15 would be grand, but yeah, I don't think that we need to be all the way to 15 to get you your staff. I know that 15 would get them really fast, but I think you get a staff with 13.
It's cool
Need
with
to
me,
smell
long
some
as
bleach and pine
it's
salt,
fair
too.
and equitable.
So when you say 13 for custodian, I'm assuming you also mean 13 for maintenance to keep them at the same?
Well, honestly, I don't know how they're getting anybody maintenance for 13, but my experience is to get somebody qualified in maintenance, you're gonna pay more for that, but.
Well, now
But
so let me clarify, on the maintenance, where you see, $12.10 per hour.
Yes.
So that's the first column on the maintenance scale. It's maintenance helper, what we call 1. Then we have a maintenance helper 2. Those positions are assistants, they work on the grounds crew. So that wouldn't be like
So
a
it's less
licensed plumber
technical.
or a licensed HVAC.
Okay, okay.
So you have some entry-level positions. So what you see there for the maintenance is not necessarily related to a licensed maintenance worker. So a licensed plumber, HVAC, a painter, those type positions don't fall into that category. They have a different range and
All
a
right.
different pay rate on them.
Okay.
I would
makes
also like to bring the board's attention to the line item of the HQT aides with 163 individuals there. Their pay is at $12.32 with the proposed raise.
Which
And the
one, I'm
cost-
sorry, go back up, which
The
one?
paraprofessionals,
Oh, okay.
it's $12.32, and that is a $266,000 cost to get it up that amount. And these individuals require either 60 college hours or a test passed in order to hold their position. So to bring them up to $13 an hour would be $750,000 if
Good
my
observation.
$700,000.
Okay, board members, you've all expressed yourselves. This was an informational piece that came to us tonight.
This is
And
They moved it to action.
they moved it to action.
Yes. I want to see some more numbers for the maintenance.
so I was going to ask Ms. Williams.
Hold up.
I was just going to ask Ms. Williams, is it the will of the board that you want us to go back and based upon your discussion to see what, if we're going to bring those up,
Yes.
what is that number going to be, and then what's the impact of if we do increase more? I certainly think we're all on the same page. We want to do as much as we can, but also be fiscally responsible. But if that is the will of the board to table this action item, we'll go back to work. It was passed by the CPPC today, which is how we got it to you today, so it has passed that group. But
Madam President, I move that we table FY24 classifier proposed salary schedule calculations.
Second.
It has been moved and properly second that we table the FY24 classified proposed salary schedule. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? The motion is carried.
okay, we'll go to.
Madam Chair, may I ask one quick question to Mr. Smith? The one that you just said, they have college hours and stuff.
College hours or a praxis test pass.
How hard are we having filling those positions? Are they easily filled, or we have a lot of open positions in that?
Our openings are within the areas in which you guys have discussed this evening. And it's not that we don't fill those positions, there's just a high rate of turnover. And so as we fill them, individuals cycle in, they cycle out. And so that's the struggle of everyone
Yeah,
during
those are high turnover
during this
positions.
post-COVID economy, yes.
Okay.
And,
All right. Thank you.
okay, thank you. And if it deemed necessary, we can always have, when you bring it back for our next meeting, it'll be open. And I wish this had been on a workshop night, because if you remember in 2021, that this is about a 3-hour session on that same thing. So again, I thank all the board members.
One more
Ms.
question.
Temple?
Does this delay contracts for people? Does this hold you up getting contracts out?
So we can put contracts out with the current salary schedules that we have, or we can explore this and delay contracts. Those are the two options that I will have to seek guidance from the superintendent and from the board in regards to how you guys would like to proceed.
Could I ask a question?
Yes, Ms. McLean.
It sounds like to me that you were saying, we don't want to rob Peter to pay Paul, but it sounds like that's what we would have to do if we ask them to go back and take another look at this. They're going to have to take, there's not any other money. Everything's already allocated, and this is the amount that you had to put into these salaries.
Yeah,
So
I agree what you're
do
saying.
we want them to go back and rob Peter to pay Paul? I guess
I wouldn't
that's the
call it
question.
robbing Peter to pay Paul. If we got $1.2 million, they can come up with something. If something can be done.
Y'all are up to that?
Well, we voted. and told them
That-
that's
that-
what they
that-
do.
Okay, the motion was carried that we would table this so we can move further to the next thing, Dr. Pelosi.
Madam President, members of our Board of Education, action item 12.3 is a consent agenda threshold increase recommended from 20,000 to 200, and Mr. Brown will just give a high-level overview as to why we're making that recommendation.
Yes, thank you. So the purchasing policy is that we bring purchases to the board that exceed 20,000 for approval. So we're not asking for any change there. There's been a practice that's been established in the past that for purchases that are between 20,000 and 100,000, we put on the consent agenda. So they go in the business office items in the consent agenda. And then we present a formal presentation for items 100,000 and above. There are the cost of, and that's been in effect for at least the 13 years I've been involved in it here. So the cost of items are increasing and the cost of services increase. So what I'm bringing to you is a request that we can up that threshold. So we're still getting board approval on everything over 20, but we would include items on the consent agenda between 20 and 200,000, and then anything over 200,000 we bring to you for a formal presentation and approval on an individual item. So we're essentially asking for a change in procedure that we use, not a change in policy.
So and technically you didn't have to vote on this, we just could have said this is a procedure that we're recommending, but we wanted to be transparent with you and the public so that you actually voted that it's okay for us to implement a change in our procedure.
So just for an example, we have some things on the consent agenda. So like the Octagon renovation, there's something on there for $32,000. So even though we're increasing the 100,000 to 200,000, it's still going to be on the consent agenda.
Yes.
It's just not going to be in a formal announcement.
So what you would have on the consent agenda right now is anything that we're getting approved for you that's over 20,000 and under 100,000,
Yep.
or it's an expenditure from the building fund. We have you all approve every expenditure from the building fund. So even if it's under 20,000, we require that you all approve those. So what you would see on there are, you would see, if you approve this, you would see maybe an item on there for 150,000 in addition to the items that you normally see right now.
Right.
So 20,000 up to 200 would be on the consent agenda with a justification line in there. We wouldn't bring something to you as an action item on your agenda. If it were under 200, we would put it on the consent agenda.
Gotcha. So right now, again, as an example, on the consent agenda, we've got numerous items going to the Octagon building renovation that's costing us, on our free building of the Octagon, $99,000. $99,271.33 to be exact. So because we've already approved it on this consent agenda threshold, that's why it's listed as it is on the consent agenda.
Did you understand it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was just making it known for any and all.
Other
Any
questions?
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the adjustment to the consent agenda threshold from 100,000 to 200,000.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second that we accept the procedure for change the requested agenda. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? None. So the motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, members of our Board of Education. Action item 12.4, this is the standard rates of pay. And if you recall, since we've added the commission school security officers, that has been new in our security plan due to the summer. We just want to make sure, you'll see they're highlighted in red. That is the only change in this entire rates of pay.
There is also a requested change of the bus driver pay, the $22 an hour out to the right, and it is crossed out.
Thank you, sir.
And this is for, again, clarification, this is only for the summer school. This is not permanent.
No, this is just summer rates of pay.
That is funded by ESSER.
Madam President,
Yes.
I so move that we accept the standard rates of pay.
Second.
It has been moved and properly second that we accept the standard rates of pay update. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? None. So the motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Madam President, members of our Board of Education. Next action item is 12.5, the 2023-2024 Parent and Student Handbook. And I will welcome our colleague, Mr. Gary Logan, Executive Director of Student-Centered Services, to provide an update.
Oh, sorry.
Welcome, Mr. Logan.
Madam President, members of our board, good evening, good night.
Good evening.
Good night.
Here I sit again. I want to apologize for all the emails in the inbox today. Stirred up some things, but we just want to present to you everything that we've gathered since the last time we met and had conversation in regards to our student handbook. As you all know, our student handbook needs some revision. We've started to jump into that. What we have tonight is the best draft possible, but it's work that, as I've shared with the executive team, that I feel like as soon as we get this one approved, we need to work to consolidate even more. Looking at more of what we've discovered as board policy is out there, but then there's a lot of added information in our student handbook. I think I shared with you last time that most districts, they present board policy in the handbook, and that it stays there, whereas we've added quite a bit of information. So we're just going to highlight some of those major changes that we've talked about. You guys asked that we get some more information in regards to student uniforms, which is the hot button issue that we've all heard about specifically today. So I want to present some of that information to you. This is basic. Hunter, I don't know if he has anything he wants to say regarding this, but this is something that we're adding.
It's just basic legalese to make us compliant basically with FERPA and COPA. Or, yeah, that's kind of the way to say it. There's a bunch of different ways you can try the acronym, but it's laws in regards to student data privacy, and if we're going to use these services, which us being a Google-based district and so forth, if we want to use them, we have to have legal guardian sign off, and that is why that is there.
Perfect. All right, so that's our technology update. We'll just jump right in. I thought I'd reorganize this so we wouldn't jump into this so quick. But here we are. Let's talk about dress code and dress code changes. We had a conversation and we talked about hoodies. Moving forward with this handbook that we're presenting to you tonight, we are taking the stance and presenting to you the recommendation to not allow hoodies be worn on any campus in the North Little Rock School District. Our main reason for this, and as I stated in the last meeting, I understand a lot of the feedback that we've gotten, and you all have gotten some of that in regards to hoodies, and it is some of the only articles of warm clothing that students have during the winter months. But the reason we bring this forth is because it's from a safety and security perspective. In conversations with Chief Finks and a lot of the feedback that we get when we have incidents occur, we really need to be able to identify students, and it is one of the things that our administrators are policing the most. So, and I think you all have been on campuses and had some of that discussion. The other topic to discuss is uniforms, K-8. I sit before you tonight to recommend or to ask your blessing to move forward with uniforms, K-8. We feel this is in the best interest of our students, but I want to be totally transparent with you in regards to everybody we've talked to, every group that we've talked to. There's a good deal of information out there. When you look at statistical data, you can find any statistical data set you want to support and also to be against. So it really comes down to preference and what we feel is best here in North Little Rock. When we surveyed,
Yeah, you can go to it.
when we surveyed our demographics, these were the responses. Now, what I want you to understand about the survey only went to those campuses that would be affected. So we surveyed K-8. So if you were 9-12, you didn't get the survey. As you can see.
And just a second there, K-8 parents. This only went to parents
Right.
only.
We did. I mean, we'll just transparency. We know what students would say. We didn't need to know that. So this is the response. These are the responses. 1,370 responses. You do the rough math. Students that we're serving K-8, roughly about 6,000 students. So when you look at the amount of responses, a lot of the feedback that we got today was, hey, y'all are presenting this, and we are adamantly saying no. Well, that's really a smaller portion of the school district that's reflected in their responses. We're not devaluing anybody's voice. We want to be transparent. This derived specifically with the intensity that we're pushing forward with at the 7-8 campus. Okay, that is the greatest problem. So whenever that came up and we began to talk about this and started reviewing some of the historical data, we realized, hey, they were doing this K-8. We were doing this K-8, so here we are, and that's why we press forward with this recommendation. In conversation with some of those administrators, I'll tell you, 7-8 is still hard-pressed. We want those, and that's administratively. 6th grade campus, not the same vibe. And then when you meet with some smaller groups, the parent groups that I met with, 100%. School counselors had a completely different perspective about school uniforms, and I'll share what their perspective was as I met with them, was that they felt like they policed uniforms all day, that they spent a good majority of their time getting students in uniforms because kids would come to school, they would intentionally not wear uniforms, and then they would be the ones tasked with making sure a kid had the uniform. So it really is going to boil down of a preference. Some of the conversation that we have had as executive leaders, Dr. Paluski, is that when we get into policing a dress code versus policing uniforms, because we know, there's a gnat in here, I'm sorry. I promise I'm not losing my mind. I am delirious. But, we talk about we're going to have issues with clothing, attire. We have it now with the current policy that we have. So we recognize that we as executive leaders have some conversations that need to be had with our adult staff about our implementation of the policy we currently have. So it's a matter of, are we going to spend our day making sure that kids are adhering to the policy we have, or is it best for us to just spend our day saying you have a uniform on or you don't, versus the interpretation of, well, you think that this top is appropriate, you don't think that this top is appropriate, or you look this way in this top and you don't, so you get dress coded and you don't. So the issue of dress is a problem we're going to deal with. It's a matter of how do we want to deal with it. So the reason that we felt best to present this was it is best to enforce a uniform than it is to go through the fine tooth of, holes in jeans and so much of that interpretation and back and forth. So again, I want
Go ahead.
Okay. I see a question here, board member want to ask him.
Yeah, I think they probably all.
Who was first?
I have a question too.
Just start on one end.
Well, I'll just probably start on one side and go, maybe start
Okay.
with Mr. Steele.
You ready, Mr. Steele?
I'll always yield to ladies if you want to start.
Cause you're the only man on here. Okay. Who, Wes?
I can.
You want it?
So yeah, I have plenty of questions.
Please don't.
Keep it short.
It's hard up here. Yes, so first of all, you know, for only 1,370 responses, that's very dismal and disheartening. And, you know, as far as just getting information out there, as, you know, as far as what you should respond back to and what you should definitely take a look at. I have a question, Ms. Lightfoot, if you will, since you're director of elementary. I'm gonna get back to you, Mr. Logan, but hang on a second. Ms. Lightfoot, what do you see in elementary schools as it relates to K through or pre-K through 5? As far as, do you see a impact of the non-uniforms at that level?
I do believe a certain presentation for school and a respect for the schoolhouse is how do we lose with that? Not to take out choice and not to take out individuality and expression, but we do have an issue in schools and discipline. And I think to interpret where your hole is or your jeans and if you have flip-flops, or it's safety, but it's also giving a dignity to the schoolhouse that I don't think that we would lose with consideration of a standardized dress.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that, and I guess I'm probably more on the old school standard also, but not approved, most definitely. Hello. However, I, as a parent, loved uniforms. But I mean, it was so much easier for me. It solved a lot of issues in the morning. And I think that when we talk about hoodies, we have to kind of, in a sense, use our, kind of think through this clearly. It's not saying you can't wear a coat to school. What it is saying is that you can't walk around campus with a hoodie on and still put the hood on your head. And then now you're getting into the fact that we can't see your face. It becomes a safety issue. We have to be able to identify all students on the campus. Not only that, you may not be able to hear what's going on if something is going on around you if you have a hood on your head. And then, so since you have a few number of people that can't comply with that rule and you're having, I mean, that's awful. And I have been in these schools that it's awful that you have to police a hood all day. I have asked people and students to remove, to kindly remove hoods, and they'll walk past you and put it back on. It's very disrespectful. And if it's in the policy and handbook, students are disregarding it. Let's call it for what it is. They're disregarding it. They're not, and you can't go and say, hey, I'm going to, have a conference with your parent about it. They don't care. So let's just be 100% honest with this. We have to, and I'm saying as parents, we have to use our heads with it and think things through and clearly. And no one's saying that your child can't wear a coat to school. No one's saying that you can't wear a hoodie to school. But when you get into the building, you have to honor those particular rules, because if you don't, this is in a sense setting you and your child up for productivity in life. Okay, I can take a brown paper bag and wear it, and it's going to be fabulous. That's just me. However, if you go to the military, that's a uniform. If you get you a job at Jiffy Lube, that's a uniform. If you go and work for the school district, that's a uniform. In certain areas, that's a uniform. So we have to kind of think through this as laymen, but I do understand that, as far as cost, you got to buy school clothes anyway. So that's why I'm having a hard time kind of separating the fact that you can't buy uniforms, but you go buy jeans. I don't know, but I definitely think something has to be done, because your kids are coming to school with bonnets on their heads, wearing their hats and their hoodies in the school, and they're dressing inappropriate. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go at it a different angle. I don't like banning hoodies. If you have to monitor, it's like changing a policy. We already have a policy. The hood doesn't need to be on. We need to enforce that policy. So we're going to change the policy where you can't wear it. You're still going to have to enforce the policy. There's a lot of kids who are going to be punished for that, and they're not wearing their hoods up. I feel like we have plenty of people in school to monitor that. I don't know. I'm against that. And as far as uniforms, I don't have a strong feeling one way or another. I think a standard look where you can say these are the things you can wear to school without getting into a very strict uniform. And we're talking about, we want to be, parents are a customer, and maybe not everybody, participated in the survey, but if you statistically put that out, there's probably more people who don't want strict uniforms. And so based on our customer, I'm saying I'm not really supportive of a strict uniform.
Okay.
That's where I'm standing. Thank you.
Dr. Redis?
As far as the uniforms, if it was up to me, it'd be K-12. So I'm fine with that. But on the hoodie part, if there is, for clarity, if there is a way, I guess piggybacking off of what Ms. Temple said, if there was a way for the wording to be that they just can't have it on in the building.
I believe that's what it is currently.
Well, then that means the policy needs to be adhered to and enforced. That's bottom line across the board. It doesn't matter what campus you're on, what grade you're in. It just needs to be enforced. That's my thing with the hoodie, is that I don't see a problem with wearing hoodies, just not inside the building.
Okay. Ms. Welcome.
So I guess I have some hypothetical questions. Like, who's responsible for this? Would that be our counselors? Would that be our building personnel? Who would that be as far as policing this? And then to go furthermore, I did my math, and just hypothetically, because we're talking on hoodies, at the high school, this is why I was asking you, Jacob, at the high school, we've got 6 principals, 17 campus supervisors, and 4 dean of students. Technically, we have 3, but they pulled Mr. Nathan, and so he's 4. So 4 dean of students. So that gives us 37 adults. At 2,203 kids, that gives us 59.5 per adult. So that's 59 students per adult that they need to police. Now, furthermore, personally, I think the dean of students should know 75 names of every student, but we're not going to get into that tonight. And then if we add 100 teachers, just 100 teachers, just hypothetically, again, high school, we're looking at 100 teachers, 37 versus security and authority. That's 137, and then that gives us a 16 student per 1 adult ratio. So I don't understand why they're not implementing policy. I don't understand why there are students without IDs. I don't understand why there are students with hoodies. I don't understand why our administrators think they can make their own rules versus what we set as policy and rules. I don't understand that. I think there needs to be some accountability to our administrators within our schools, and I'm picking on the high school right now because that's where I was last week.
And the
Now-
academy.
And the academy, but we won't get into that, Angela. So again, with all that being said, what our mother stated, I think Miss Penrod, I think was her name, Miss Penrod had stated there wasn't enough time for her to take place within the survey. So with that being said, 1370 is a low response out of the 6,000 students between K through 8. That is a little scary to me. Personally, I like the uniforms, but everyone that I'm hearing from as far as parents reaching out to me, my vote would be no, because I'm elected by them. So I'm going to give them the customer service that they expect, and I'm going to honor what they have requested of me. I don't like the idea of policing hoodies, but if they will just enforce our policies already, we wouldn't have this issue. But again, 137 adults at the high school seem to have an issue with taking care of 16 kids. I said what I said.
Ms. McLean.
Okay. I would have a question too about the survey and how long
very
the
good.
survey was out there for parents or before it was cut off. What's the answer to that question?
I'm not.
I believe it was up
Dustin
there.
pushed
Friday.
it out for us. It
Yeah,
was-
I mean, the comment about Saturday afternoon, I don't believe
He didn't take it
that
down till Monday.
it came in through Monday, I believe.
And I don't know what a good, maybe Mr. Smith, maybe you know, what a good response rate is for a survey that we send out.
I'm normally not involved with the parental side of things, and so I wouldn't be able to speak on the consistency of that.
I would always say, Ms. McLean, anytime you get around, over 50%, that's always a good response rate. I mean, that is an option if the board decides not to take this up and you want more information.
Come on.
And in comes Mr. Barnes.
With no
It was
jacket.
cut off Monday. I was out of town and didn't have my computer, so I know. Now, if they're trying to vote multiple times, maybe
Okay.
that could have been an issue, but it was Monday morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes.
Thought you was gone.
Go back. Go back to sleep.
I know it's late.
I guess he told y'all.
Go back to sleep.
That was great. That was great. Okay. Something else that I want to ask, because everybody seems, what I've heard a lot from people is having the collared shirts and the khakis and the expense, and then having to buy jeans and other clothes for when they're not at school. But what is the uniform going to be? Is it going to be khakis and collared shirts, or can it be jeans and T-shirts? Or
So what we are considering, we left it. We asking for uniforms. The specifics would be reverting back to what the policy previously was.
Correct. Which I believe was khaki, and they had three different
colors: red, white, and blue.
polo shirts. Polo shirts, correct.
and then how many years ago has it been since we had the
2020.
2020?
Right. So it would have been at the end of, beginning in the year 2020 and 2021 during the pandemic. So
Right.
the end of, kind of at the beginning, I believe, of the pandemic. Must have been that spring. I wasn't here when the
'Cause
board voted on that.
It seems like last year, parents were, when we knew we were coming into a full year of school this year, there were parents that I was hearing from that saying, no, don't take us back to uniforms. I heard a lot of that. That was last summer because it hadn't been announced, I guess, if we were gonna
We
do
did, I think, when I got here in 2021, the board had asked to do another survey, and then we did that and the survey was overwhelmingly, and that one, it was similar. I can't remember the response rate to that, but I know the board took that up and then voted to keep it the way that it is.
Well, I also agree that we have policies, and we have a lot of policies in the school district, not just on dress, but other policies. And we have to follow through on the policies and take care of those. So I think that that kind of says it all. We have a policy, we have to follow through on it.
Mr. Still?
Well, I'll try to make this brief, but you know, I'm really not pleased at kind of how this came to us, because when we talked about this in the workshop, I think the survey is good, it's important, but that's not what I asked for. I asked for where's the research and the data. Do uniforms work or do they not? And do they work in the North Little Rock School District? We had them before, so it should not be very difficult to see if there were more fights when we had them or less fights when we had uniforms before. I mean, that's what I asked for in the workshop. Where is the research and the data? Why are we here now other than somebody's opinion saying we have to do this and we have to spend most of our day doing this? I mean, that's good information, but that's not data. You know, what I want to see is some scientific data. If uniforms work, if they cut down on the things we're trying to cut down on. If not, then we're going by people's opinion, and I don't think we should develop policy that way. We should see more data on this issue. The survey, to me, is telling. I've been elected official some way, shape, or form for over 25 years. I always listen to the people. I listen to the people over even what I believe or think. And that's not even close. And I think 1,300 may not be total participation, but that's a pretty significant sample, and it's not even close. I think, and go back to earlier when this meeting first started, which seems like a couple days ago now, but all of these beautiful kids who came in here with their own personality, their own dress, their own attire, when they stood in front of here and took these pictures, they were just fine. So I think it's a part of their personality and a part of their personal expression. And just believe it or not, hoodies are very popular with young people, more popular today than when we had the policy, Ms. Williams, several years ago. Right. It's just a matter of what Madam Chair said in the last meeting. Get them off your head. Get the hood off your head. But a lot of kids who talk to me, they wear them because they're easy, they're warm, they don't want to wear a coat or a jacket because they might lose it, they get tired of keeping up with it, so no matter how cold it is, you may see some with just a hoodie. So, you know, I can't support this without seeing a whole lot more data and without those numbers changing, because we represent the people who responded to that survey and many more. But one question I like to ask, Mr. Logan, you haven't been here very long. You were in what school district?
Conway.
Okay, you know my next question, right?
Yeah, we don't have, they didn't have uniforms.
Conway don't have uniforms. They allow hoodies, right? So I think enough said. I can't support this.
If I can, Mr. Steele, and thank you for all of those comments. I think when you, and we've talked about this, when you look at the research that's out there around uniforms, you're going to find a whole bunch of research that supports it, and you're going to find a whole bunch of research that doesn't support it. So what that research says can go either way, and I think that's what kind of Mr. Logan was saying is you can find it to support it, you can find it not to support it, and it comes up to kind of the local, community to be able to do that. having not been here prior to 2020 and I don't even know the history of how long uniforms had actually been in place prior to 2020. I don't know historically what was the catalyst to bring that to the board at that time to say this is the change that we want to make, because I'm sure there had to be some context and some data that was being looked at that would say this is the direction that we want to be able to move in. Having studied the district's data, that little bit that I've studied in 2020, that part of the 100 days, there does show still disparities in our discipline data. I think what you also saw after the pandemic nationally was a lot of discipline issues, probably regardless of uniforms or not. So, I respect everybody's position on this. We certainly value whatever feedback we get from our community, but in the same sense, we've got to be in the business of, and we are in the business of teaching and learning. And in whatever we can do, whatever tool that we can put in place that supports the highest levels of teaching and learning every single day to make sure kids are in an environment that's safe, that teachers, I will tell you, I met with the faculty at the 7th and 8th grade myself on Monday, and one of the things they brought up to me was, Dr. PR, could we get uniforms for the 7th and 8th grade? And they gave me, their own personal experience to that. That is something that the board, if as an option, as some school districts do, which I think Little Rock does, they give campuses the individual choice to be able to implement uniforms. That is an option the board has as its disposal as well. Because what this doesn't, I don't believe that we had, is by individual campus. Would it look differently at each individual campus? What parents would say, I don't know, but if that's what the board would want that information, we could certainly provide that.
I think I also would like to be very transparent here. When we talk about the issues that we're facing, and again, I reiterate, we're heavy that this comes out of 7-8 campus, is we have to reestablish some order. We have to look at the avenues in which we can reestablish order on that campus. So that's where we are and why we felt the need to present that. And I will say, I mean, it's like the parents that I've talked to and we've heard from, is we understand the response, and we definitely consider this data, not discrediting it at all. But when you talk about implementing the policy, following the policy, as we talk about the amount of people at the high school, but when it comes to discipline, those campus supervisors aren't. We do talk about staff, but again, we've talked from ad nauseum about the adult issue that we've got to address. We've got to find an avenue that allows us to be consistent, and what allows us to be consistent in a fair way. So we've got to evaluate this. It's not that I don't want it to seem like we just were recklessly saying, hey, we're going to push uniforms anyways. Because I did come from Conway, and we didn't have uniforms in Conway. We also didn't have some of these other issues that I'm seeing now that I'm in North Little Rock. So that's kind of some of the feedback, the logic. I want you to understand the logic as to why, Dr. P and I had a long conversation this afternoon, especially. I mean, I'll just tell you, after I met with those counselors, there wasn't a counselor in the room that was in favor of school uniforms. And I heard them out. But I just think we've got to really start to think about what are those systems and structures that we can put in place to support our staff members and our students alike. I understand what parents want, but when we talk about everything that we talk about in this boardroom month in and month out, there's a lot of things that we're going to deal with that parents may not like. But when we get to getting feedback from the people in the trenches, people that are doing the work in that building every day, those are sometimes I want you to understand why we did this. Those are some of the things we have to think about and consider. Because again, the hoodie policy, my take on hoodies varies from what I'm presenting, my personal take, but I have to remove, I get to be in a position where I remove that personal element. and think about, okay, the feedback that I've gotten, the feedback that we've gotten, why would we? Because yes, we do need to enforce the policies that we have. We need to revisit some of those and look at where we've overlapped policy. I mean, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, but I don't want you guys to think that we are just recklessly
Poor leadership,
pushing
sir.
forward.
No, I got just one comment. I certainly wasn't saying that at all. I think there's a case to be made either way.
Right.
I'm
Yes, sir.
certainly not saying that. But what also just came to mind is what if this passed, what would we do with all of the hoodies that football, cheerleaders, basketball team, the hoodies that say North Little Rock, that some we have sold and to promote our school district. I have a couple myself.
Sure.
it's NLR hoodies. I mean, so the kids wouldn't be able to wear North Little Rock hoodies? I mean, it's a little bit more just wide-reaching.
So, Tracy, to piggyback on that, think about even our after-school games. So basketball, volleyball, are we going to implement also no hoodies during that time? And I say basketball and volleyball because that's during the colder months. And you're right, because if you look at my closet, I got about 15 hoodies right now, all from NLR, and that doesn't include, yes, so, yeah.
Okay, if I could make one comment to that.
Yeah.
If you recall at one of our first football games, I can't remember who we played, Central, South, I can't remember. But if you recall, there was a large incident there in which they had to call multiple Parkview.
Yeah,
Thank
it was
you.
Parkview, North Little Rock.
Correct. And after that, we immediately put in some safety precautions, which included no hoodies. And because one of the things that we were finding is some of to Mr. Logan's point, you couldn't identify students. If you remember, when you walked in, we were turning students away right at, and we got a lot of comments of saying, thank you for taking a hard stance on that. And I believe we did the same thing in the arena as well. And again, that's just a reality. That's just a perspective of what we experienced at some of our own events.
Ms. West. Ms. West, I'm sorry I wasn't talking to the mic.
Okay. I would, going back to making sure, back to policing, and I wouldn't say policing, but making sure that you follow policy. If I feel like this, if the administration has asked for this to be done in, say, 7th, 8th grade campus specifically, I feel like they're there every day with our scholars. So therefore, we need to take a hard look at what they're asking for so that we can give them an opportunity to teach our kids. And it could be, like I said, a brown paper bag. I want to make sure that children are getting an education and it's an environment that is safe and secure. And then with that being said, when they come into the school, I'm using the high school as an example. When they're coming in the school, if they have stuff on that is not appropriate or what is specifically in the handbook, unless it's a religion type deal, or if you have a disability in some kind of way, are they saying anything to them when they're coming in, or are they just letting them come on in?
I can speak to that specifically. And
Okay,
I want you
I'm
all to
listening.
understand this, especially when you look at the 6 through 12 campuses. What will happen is you will tell a student, take the hoodie off, or put these on, or whatever. They put it in their backpack. The next period, when I go to the bathroom, I put it right back on. And that's the reoccurring problem. So when we start talking about the resources and the time spent, I'm not saying that our administrators cannot enforce policy, because they absolutely can. And that's a standard that we, as executive directors, have to be in those buildings, ensuring that if I see a kid, then I want to talk to the principal, and I want to make sure that principal talks to the teacher, and so on and so forth. But what we're going to continually find out is that first period said, do this. They did it. They left. They went to second period, and they did something different.
Well, I've seen, and speaking to that, I have personally have asked, people to take their hoodies off when when we've been in the buildings, and they'll pull it off halfway, and then I look on down a little bit later because, just to see what they're going to do. and then I can see them flip it right back up over their heads. So it's a win for some and it's a loss for others, you know. But then again, I'm not gonna wear a hoodie, number one, in the summertime because it's too hot, and number two, I'm not gonna wear a hoodie in the building during the day. Now, if I'm going to a ball game, that's something totally different. I can wear what I want to, but I know not to. I know the rules are the rules, and so even if it's still a ball game, I think people lose sight that you're still at a school supported function, so you have to still follow those rules.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Logan,
Yes,
we're going as a board, it is 9:56.
Yes,
okay?
ma'am.
And concerns, recommendation coming from the superintendent, we have heard this. And the thing that bothers me most, Mr. Logan, we're the board and we set the policies, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if we set the policies, they ought to run them. So if they're not happening in your building, you got poor leadership that's not allowing them to do that. One director that we had over there at the high school in the arena, Kevin Danaher, because games were so bad, we had to quit letting people wear caps into the basketball game. And it worked. Because we said what? No caps. And if you want to wear your cap, you need to stay outside. Whatever, I've heard everybody, I don't know which way to go. If the school said they need it, we ought to give it to them. If the other folks said they don't want it, teachers are in the building. We aren't in the building, so we don't know what's going on. We only hear about it. So my thing is, it's no excuse, and I kind of hear you talking about, well, they're going to take it out. No, they don't. We sitting up and got all them people in the hall. If one know you're going to ask, you tell them, know your job, do your job. It's just excuses. Kids can come to school looking decent. They don't have to necessarily have a uniform on. If they got somebody in an authoritative position that's telling them don't put it on. So whatever you do, whatever the board says, Dr. P, because this is a burnout conversation.
Like my biology teacher say, we're whooping a damn mule.
So I do have a question regarding all this. So can you, and this may be from Mr. Barnes, can you ask Mr. Barnes to maybe poll 7th and 8th grade campus parents only? Because they're asking, 7th and 8th grade campus is asking for this specifically. That way we can just hone in on those parents and maybe not do a school-wide K through 8. Just a possibility, and just for us for information. Is that possible?
Sure, we can survey them. It's not a bad idea. I would also survey the teachers.
Good.
And I would,
I think
and that's the
did
stance
that,
you could
right?
take, is just to say you want to leave the uniforms up to individual campuses, but we can survey those parents and those teachers, if you want to table this and let us go get that information. We can get it by every single school. We could survey every single teacher by school and their parents, and then you'll know what internally and externally.
I'm fine with that too.
School
That's
and
what I was-
parents, that's pretty cool. Miss McClay.
If we are going to do this, take some more time, do some more polls, I'd like to know if we can look at a different type of uniform, if it could just be jeans and a T-shirt, and parents would say, oh, that would be okay if they just have to wear jeans and a T-shirt. I'm good with that. Instead of having to buy the collared shirts and all of that. Just throw that into the mix too, to see if it's the uniform itself, the buying the collared shirts, because I've heard that a lot about. So I just thought I'd throw that in the mix if we could.
For clarity, for my understanding, so not just polo shirts, but are you specifically asking for any NLR logo shirt, like T-shirt, sweatshirt,
They
crew
could just
neck?
wear
or
a
just
T-shirt.
whatever, like I don't know.
Well, we have something, a policy on, there's certain things you cannot have on a
Correct.
T-shirt, right?
Correct.
Yes.
But just making it be a jeans and a T-shirt, because they're not supposed to wear pajamas. We already have that in the policy.
And they wear them real well at North Rock High School. Pajamas and bunnies.
On the breakdown, I am really interested
Mr.
in
Steele,
by
I'm
school.
sorry, after you, Mr. Steele.
I am really interested in by zone, by school, and that's because my personal opinion is K through 12 uniform. However, the voters voted me in, and if they don't want uniforms, I want to go with what they want, and I don't know that by this breakdown.
Right.
Does that
So
make sense?
we're back to the direction from the board is they would like to see a survey.
Well, this is what I like to do.
Okay, back to, it's on you.
I don't
Mr.
want to vote. I don't want to vote against something the administration is asking for. I would move that we table this issue until we get more information.
And with that, we just want to make sure we were clear. So the information you want is, now, you brought up K-12. Do you want a survey by the high school? Or you
No,
just want to
I'm
go back
just
to the
saying
K-8 as
personally,
it was?
I have to take my personal feelings out, and my personal
Sure.
feelings is K-12. But we're
Sure.
focusing on K-8.
Which is we're back to where the
And I
policy
wanna
was
know-
at K-8. So we'll, our survey, will have those, each individual, those campuses.
Can I ask?
I
Can
wanna
I
know
ask?
how
We just
Booth
go
Park
ahead.
feel.
We'll just go ahead and get it from
No,
everybody.
sir, we got a motion though.
Oh.
But I'm really kind of motion here, so you can't ask. But if you want to add all that to it, you got the best memory. You want to put all that in a motion. In one motion.
I'm confused on where we stand now. 'Cause,
No, he didn't.
I'm still confused on the ask.
Because I think there,
You take notes.
if I can, there is other things in here is the student handbook. So what you could do is if you approve the other things, but you want to modify and you want more, like if you want to take
Pull out the
hoodies out
dress
of this,
code.
you want to take uniforms out of this, but approve everything else
Yes.
and table hoodies and uniforms,
Yes.
then if that's what you'd, approve the handbook but pull out those two items that need to be tabled for the
Excuse me, I understand about the hoodies too. And I like your statement, Mr. Steele, but the only problem we had, like with the hoodies, when they put them on, anybody can walk through that front door because they got the ID badges here, but you don't know the face. Now, if we had the face detector, that would be the difference. But when they have come in, they're looking like Trayvon Martin, and that's why I can't stand them, because I think of a young black African-American getting killed wearing a hoodie. But when you're doing it in school, it's like you don't know who they are. They got their head down. They could walk through that door where that security guard is. I'm talking about at the high school. That's where it really bothers me. And she's standing there. She doesn't know about the face. All she sees is what? This identification. So
If they even have their ID
If
badge on.
right, because half of them even didn't have those badges on.
Or it might be under
Because
the
there
hoodie.
was a motion, but there wasn't a second, it's dead.
Dead. What's this?
No,
So, well, another motion can be.
Yeah,
it wasn't never
I withdraw
seconded.
my motion, and you're gonna make the motion, Ms. Monk.
Yes. Before we do that, hang on. Is there anything else, Mr. Logan, we need
I
to
was
go
just
over?
asking clarity on what you wanted us to survey. That was
Okay,
my
got it.
question.
K through
Is
8.
K-8, and I was asking, can we survey K-12? Since you keep bringing that up, I would just, at this point, everybody in North Little Rock is talking about hoodie or talking about
Everybody in the
uniforms.
same.
So let's ask everybody. That's what I was asking. I wasn't disrupting the motion. I just wanted to know what you want me to go find out, what you want me to get.
Right. And make sure you leave it up there long enough. I've
We
heard
will.
so
We
many
will.
people
Dustin
tell me
listening.
they didn't get, and I
We
know
will.
it was out there for 5 days,
Miss-
okay? So they
Yes, ma'am.
decided, man hit them. They said, Miss Williams, they didn't even put that out. It was over in 24 hours.
And
So
that's
just, I think if you communicate it, have them to put it in the little elementary kids' book bags. Vote. Tell them to put that sheet in there. Something. Please vote.
So,
That's old school, but it's good school.
just so I'm,
Ready for
Okay,
the
she
motion.
got the. Oh,
Oh.
you wanted to speak before she does the
No,
motion?
I was finna make the motion.
Okay,
Go ahead.
because she
Let
got
Dr.
your
P
motion.
say something first.
no,
please.
just for clarity,
Yep.
you want us to survey K-12,
Mm-hmm.
parents and teachers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, before you make that motion, hold on.
And it broken down by school.
Yes.
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 Okay. So, Mr. Logan, because again, we're talking about the changes within the handbook before we make our motion, we also have another hot topic here of cell phones.
Right, yeah, I haven't finished my presentation.
I know, I know he's not even done.
We're
so
trying
that's
to
why
help you.
I just want to make sure. So everything else I didn't have an issue with. I am one of 7. They can speak of that. But I think cell phones is going to be our next hot topic for all of us to say something about.
You want to talk about the cell phone?
Would you like to finish
We didn't
your
get near the
presentation?
feedback about cell phones. I mean, we got a couple suggestions about buying the bags that you can use to cut that. What we did discover in talking about policy is that what was in the handbook written as policy was really in board policy. So our policy as it stands really just needs to be enforced, which is pretty much what you see here. So it's really not any change. The feedback that we got was, why would you go to allowing elementary kids when we haven't? It's really not a change, because what it says at elementary is that if they bring them, they give them to the teacher. So there's not it's presented as a change, but it's when we really look at the board policy 4.17 or 4.71, we're just aligning with policy and enforcing.
I can tell you that Amboy has a nice little rack that they're putting the cell phones in. I saw it myself. They're doing a great job on that, and I appreciate that.
So that was the other thing, and then we talked about progressive discipline. That's the other major change that is a little different than what we have had in practice before, whereas we prescribe specific rules. 100 required these. Progressive pretty much gives an option across the board to, level 1 or level 100 events would all be progressive between levels 1 and 2, and you just build upon those. So it's given the administrators the authority to enforce policy on a progressive scale versus being so punitive and allowing opportunities, which is why you see the language, instead of discipline or punishment, we talk about interventions. So we're going to try to correct, not only are we going to try to correct it with a punitive measure, but we're going to also try to coach it and teach it.
Okay. Very good report.
Quick question, when will you look at this going to effect? But this wouldn't be an immediate thing.
No, this is all
would
for
be
next
some
school
stuff for
year.
next year.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, Dr. Paluski, we had a motion that you were going to make. Let's do that, please.
Madam President, I so move that we accept the handbook changes with the exception of the dress code changes. So we are removing the hoodies and we're removing the uniforms K through 8, but everything else stays in as is right now.
And cell phone.
Second.
Did you add that?
Well, the cell phones are going to stay in. We're good
Okay.
on cell phones. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Second.
Oh, I need a second. It's been moved and properly seconded that we accept the recommendation from the board to be implemented, and that would be concerning the dress code changes.
Thank you,
Those
Ms.
in
Logan.
favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? None. So the motion is carried. Dr. Paluski, please.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, members of our Board of Education, action item 12.6 is the E-rate project, which Mr. Nannon is going to be very,
You're getting through this.
he's going to summarize
Yes.
in a 1,000-foot view for us.
Yeah, we're going high. So I'm sure all of you know what E-rate funding is. You've been on the board for a long time. Funding to help us not pay for other stuff. Out of the actual school district's budget, it's a technological fund. It focuses on networking equipment, like kind of the back end stuff that you see beeping in closets, but lets this place keep running. So, the project itself is covering 2 main components, and there are 2 main things that we want to replace. They are going to be access points, which are the little Wi-Fi guys up there that you see all around the district. Those are 5 years old, so we can replace them now. And then also a central management system for both those access points and our switches that power those access points, allowing us to have everything in a central location, much more secure. That way we can do patch updates, a bunch of other fun technical stuff that would probably bore you, but it is really nice for us.
Madam President, are you done?
Yes.
Sure. I mean, I have probably the last thing you'd want to see.
They've
is
all
how much
reviewed
we
it, I believe,
cost, so
Hunter.
We can read.
I'm good.
We're so educated.
I am
Fine with that.
Madam President,
Yes.
I also move that we accept the approval of items 2023, 2024, the E-rate project.
Second.
It has been moved and properly second that we accept the recommendation of the E-rate presentation, 337 KB, and with a signed contract of E-rate at 68 KB. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. The motion is carried. Thank you, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Dean.
Yes.
Dr. P, I love you, but stand by.
No, I just said thank you.
Madam
Disposition.
President, I so move that we accept the disposition of special meeting minutes on April 13th and the disposition minutes of the regular meeting April 20th. I'm sorry, I'm
Second.
tired. She
It's been
seconded.
moved and properly second that we accept the items of the disposition of minutes from 12.7 and 12.8. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. So the motion is carried.
Madam Chair,
President?
go ahead.
Yes.
Madam Chair, Lord, I move that we approve the consent agenda that consists of the bank reconciliation, net legal balance worksheet, monthly financial report, business office items, payment regular bills, and facilities use request.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second that we accept the consent agenda from the superintendent. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? None. The motion is carried. Acknowledgements?
June 1st, graduation.
Okay.
Shoot, I wrote it somewhere. We have Cat Fest coming up at the middle school. It's the last Friday before June 1st, excuse me. And we need volunteers, so if you will contact either our PTA president there at the middle school, which is Natalie George, or you can contact anyone at the middle school, but we are looking for volunteers all day of that Friday. I think it's the 24th, and I'm doing that without a calendar.
Okay. We want to thank everybody that had presentations tonight, and hopefully that we can come back and be successful. Mr. Brown, Jacob, and you, Mr. Logan, and you, Mr. IT, and to the special, precious new LPPC licensed personnel. Thank you for your 100% presence, okay?
Yes.
All right.
Madam Chair, is it possible to, if anybody here can do it, the highlight of the graduation procedure or policy, to just put that out there? What they,
Luska will do that.
okay.
Sure, we'll put that out there. I think the school has put out some
Yeah, I
directions.
know that they have overly communicated it, however, it's still,
I think they have to sign something.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I
We'll be
think still some are like unclear about catching the bus,
Okay.
and I want to make sure that no one has an issue when Junior is not walking.
The only issue I think I was concerned was that they didn't realize until this morning that they couldn't bring but 8 people, invite but 8 people to the graduation.
And that
they
had,
had planned like family coming in or have come in, but they didn't get an email until this morning. Now,
No,
that's what I
think-
was informed
No,
about.
I think they've been getting emails since April.
no, since October,
Oh,
when we
well,
made
then
the
there you go.
announcements to go to Jack
Boom.
Stevens. In fact, originally, I think it was at 6. We've increased it to 8. So, but we'll send stuff out.
And that is going to be live streamed.
Yes, thank you.
Madam President,
Yes.
I so move that we adjourn.
Second.